Captain's log. Stardate 55196. Myself and Fleet Captain Drennan, aboard the Kismet, are heading towards the Woohoo capital system, along with an escort of their vessels, with the hopes of coming to a negotiation of super weapon disarmament. We have ordered the Peltus and the Plank to return to standard mission area in hopes of deterring any more incidents happening, but we will have to wait and see. End log.
We begin on the station ops of Deep Space Arcania, with Lieutenant Commander Varder having stepped in after a bit of a journey. You had been, Lieutenant Commander Varder had been traveling, as I said before, and the Peltus has docked with station. The Maxwell Planck is currently doing some science projects and scans of one of the nearby planets. Lieutenant Wright kind of gets out of her chair and looks over. Oh, Lieutenant Commander.
Lieutenant?
Sorry I couldn't greet you at the dock. It's been a busy day.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how much busier it gets.
Where'd the Kismet go?
Oh, their diplomacy. They have an official meeting with the Woohoo government. Avoided a fight, stopped a war, or prevented a war from escalating for the moment. Yeah. Fun. So while they're off being heroes, we're doing the housekeeping.
Well, that's station work for you, sir.
Oh. Your radio room for a moment, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
I spent resources to make this a secret, so I'm going to be careful about it. Alright, so as far as reports from here go, Black Market's still operational, all of that. Has any of the leads we didn't find last time, changed or disappeared, anything like that?
I've been hearing some rumors deeper inside the Federation about possible intelligence reports that may be involved with the black market here, but I'm not getting a lot of detail yet. As for here, we haven't had an increase, but we haven't seen them. I get the feeling they shifted their pieces around a little bit, but they're probably still here, is my best guess, and that my security officer agrees. I don't think they shifted because of us. I think they just shifted because it's a thing they do.
Yeah. Well, if they weren't expecting trouble from us, they probably didn't shift too drastically. That is a lot more effort than they need to do. So that makes it easier for us to play catch up with them. But you said intelligence files. I might be able to pull something up.
Oh, she leans over to the desk and turns the little computer around because she didn't sit while you were there because she didn't think she was gonna be there very long.
Yeah.
She taps at it, pulls up some files with the Starfleet security logo, and then the Starfleet intelligence logo appears beside it. She kind of she puts in her code to unlock the file as far as she could, and she stepped back.
And enter mine to see what else there is.
And
This is exactly my job description.
was going to reference someone's logs, but they don't put logs up.
Who would
Oh
that
no.
be?
Less Fallen? Oh, there it is. There it is. I see it now. There's one. It's just way in the future.
Oh, so it's ahead of us.
Most of the reports reference that there's it's fine. I found it, so there's some rumblings of in the Tallgrass area and the corridor between Tallgrass and actually I'll pull you to the map here real quick because that'll be easier to explain. There it is. So you guys are down this way. So along this corridor, whoops, no, don't snap the center, stop that. See, most ships will try to stay like cutting through this way to get to nearest starbase, and they might stop along the way. Like there's stuff like that's the straightest line possible, but there's like planets and stuff along the way. So someone might stop, do a quick pit stop at Kessex, then the Bellatrix, and then to Shosku, unless there's some other trading they want to do along the way. Most people want to stay in this blue area here because that's where because once you start getting to the edges, you're running into listening posts, and beyond that, you're in deep space. You're on your own. Starfleet's gonna have a hard time getting to you unless somebody happens to be out that way. But there has been increased security. Starfleet security has been looking into more rumored Orion syndicate activity in this region region of space. So there's no, and the reason they're classifying it is because it's a lot of intelligence analyst files and projections and speculation, but it's less idle speculation and expert opinion. That it's like there's something going on. We haven't hammered down exactly what they're doing yet, but they're doing something. Whereas and the only firm hold they have is they know that Shosku, from your report, has some sort of black market in it. So they go, okay, so that's probably, they presume there's some connection point through you. And possibly that could be deeper into the Chigoans and all that, or the Woohoo or the Quaqua, because their intelligence likes to keep their options open. It could be somebody else. They doubt it's the Klingons because Shosku's so like if they were gonna smuggle, why smuggle all the way down here and then all the way through uncharted space?
Yeah,
that doesn't work. You might as well just smuggle this way, which they've tried before. And actually, it's more smuggling this way because of certain political purges. But yeah, that's what you pull from the intelligence file. It's a lot of suspicion that there is a growing operation or conspiracy that may be building. They're just not sure what that is yet. So they're kind of they're giving all captains in the area a little bit of a, just so you know, be on extra alert, but don't go red alert right away. We don't know what you're shooting at yet, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
But as intelligence officer, they go, okay, here's all the files. Here's what we're suspecting.
Okay.
There is rumor that the Svalin is going to be pulled into the area as well, not rumors. You're given rather firmly that the Svalin, once it's available, the Rear Admiral intends to pull it off its mission to send it toward Shosku to partially to help investigate the area along the way, but to discreetly look around, but also to kind of help out the station and give you some backup in Tallgrass.
Yeah,
but that's not like super widely known. The only people who might know that is the Svalin, which at this point I don't think the Svalin knows that.
Yeah,
I'm fairly certain that doesn't happen for in canon for almost 100 star dates. So, but that they're planning it on the intelligence level.
And I know those routes as well. And do we have any reports here from Captain Hagen on the SS Yandi, because he should be in the region, last we heard. And I mean, if there's anyone that might be hearing something that we're not as Starfleet, it would probably be a independent trader. They tend to not like it when there's black market undercutting their sales either.
Give me a reason, security, or con roll, difficulty 1, assisted by the station's computers plus security or con.
I wonder which one I'm going to do.
It's probably con.
100%
Certain.
con. I don't think I've got a focus for this, but I will give you a threat.
Just gonna say, I'll take the station.
Generate 2, 3 momentum. And I think I was looking for, there it is. Well, is it? Hold on, sorry.
I was just like, we've got an ally in the region who is a civilian trader. I think we've got a couple. We've got the Bellatrix as well.
It's a case of they may have heard something from unofficial sources more than also unofficial.
Yeah. And I mean, traders like to keep an eye out for traders and merchants like to keep an eye out for their competition, and black market is definitely competition.
It would seem that the SS Yendi is en route to DSE.
Oh, fantastic. Would their route take them along any of the suspected areas?
Yeah, they've been operating in Tallgrass for the last while. They've kind of, because they're allied with your fleet, they've had a reason to kind of like, well, there's no real reason for us to venture too far away from that fleet. It's to our benefit to stay in touch. And that's why it's even a lower difficulty, because they're kind of pinging you, going, hey, just so you know, that's what we're up to.
So how far out?
That's a good question that has an answer. Oh, 1 second.
Remember, if you don't get the information you want, phone book.
Back. Phone book the machine?
Maybe.
I mean, yeah. Percussive maintenance.
Percussive. No.
I have an engineering score of 1. That's what I do. A 2, sorry. 2. It's not as bad as I thought.
It is a this. So it goes.
I can pass a basic engineer's course.
Is approximately is it that fast? Hold on.
It was an Oberth.
Yeah.
It was definitely an Oberth.
It is approximately 3 days out to your location. And for a momentum, you can know what they are carrying.
Sure.
And this is the fact that you're an ally with them, so you just literally look up what they said they were carrying. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like normally, I mean, it's in the file, and usually you have to put in some things. You literally just have to go beep because he's already kind of given you a heads up. I gotta get the right planet because. Is that it? That is not.
Just because we're talking about percussive maintenance, I've come up with the value of might makes things work right. Huh. Okay. Yeah, sure. What? Yeah, we suspect the Orions are working in the area. Oh, what's on your cargo manifest? The Orions. Okay. That probably does get Varder to put a hands like to the bridge of his nose, not in the frustrated manner, but in the, oh, I'm trying not to laugh a little bit at this because that's just amusing. Oh, okay. Uh, uh, right. For tomorrow, I want you to get together a security team for an investigation. Try and do that on the no one will down low, so that they won't be aware that we're picking up the investigation again, or at least that's the hope. We did the whole big looking around thing, and now we'll try to do something a bit more subtle and catch them with their pants down. And when the Yandi shows up, bringing along an Orion, we might have a whole lot more than we thought we were going to get.
So when do you want to strike, sir? Like, are we waiting for them to come for them to meet up with the Andy first, and then observe them for any criminality, or are we hitting them preemptively? Or is this more of a wait and see thing?
I want to get our observation properly established before they show up, and depending on what we find from that, we'll either hit them pretty quick after that or be able to observe this thug. With any luck, we can observe him and get a little bit more.
What about this Captain Hagen? Should we, like, it seems like he's aware, but should we, I doubt we should inform him. He's not Starfleet.
I wouldn't inform him over comms, that's for sure. If it is, as is suspected with all of these particular well-respected organizations operating in the area. But it should be an interesting thing to set up. And
Very
you
well,
know
sir.
your staff.
Yes, sir. I'm getting used to them. It's it's a crew.
And given the Peltist is here and docked, I can pull people from there and the plank.
Oh, about that, sir. It seems the plank's going to be going into some regional exploration and patrol in the Tallgrass area.
Then the Peltist. It's just a small crew, but if they're not doing particularly much right now other than dock maintenance and system patrol, then they can spare a few people.
Yeah.
And yeah, if I need to roll to set up an advantage of this sneaky or quiet investigation.
Yeah, you'll be doing a extended task with a time limit of 3 days, effectively. Which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 intervals. And the difficulty is going to be opposed each time because you are trying to fool someone else. Resistance is none because you already know you're working on your station, so it's not like you're working on something weird or
Yeah, and we've already had a good start on them as well that they were unaware of.
So you want to have you want to observe what they're doing. You
Mhm.
want to have observe who's on the station still, observe who comes over on the ship, and do it while no one do it in such a manner that neither know you're doing it, and be ready for an ambush.
Essentially.
Um,
And let me.
and then
I might grab a person if I can get my sheet to work properly. Thank you for doing the weird you can't scroll down thing. My unfortunate but sneaky and not Starfleet accomplice, double? I don't know why I said accomplice, double of Dharma Prel still owes me a favor. Because I made sure to keep him in my debt.
treat that as an advantage.
Okay.
So you will you basically have one free success because it's assumed that he's getting you through his favors. He's going to be connecting you.
Yeah, through his favors or simply just in the right place at the right time hearing things because he's not Starfleet.
Do you wish to activate any supporting characters to assist with this investigation? Keep in mind, these are also people who will probably be involved in the actual
Yeah,
crunch moment.
we can throw in a Tachibana
Jesus.
for whomever wants to roll the Tachibana.
I'll roll touch, man. I just didn't think I'd hear you what you using.
I'm giving him an excuse to betray me so I can throw him in the brig. And by brig, I mean airlock.
He's a security person, so Tachiban's here.
And I'll just mark that on the Peltas. No, I don't have the Peltas open. There we go. Which here's my logic is that we've got the Peltas, we might as well use its crew support.
Pretty much.
It only has 3 people on it. And I think it's mostly security roles, so we don't really want Vux or the engineer yet. So, and Vux is in charge of the ship when I'm on it. But I think that should be who we need, or all we need.
All right.
Unless someone wants to pull a security from the Arcania itself.
Well, I don't think we designated one, but if we want to put one there.
Oh, we definitely did. Let me pull up my file on who's where. We've got Kino and Dreth on Arcania.
So Specialist Dreth or Petty Officer Kino.
Which one would the Doctor like to use?
We know the one time I tried to roll for Kino, it didn't go well.
Well, there's always a chance for redemption.
And
What are
Dreth
you
does have
rolling
combat
for?
medic, so there's that. It's
Yeah.
related.
Yeah, let's do Dreth.
Yep, fair enough. And, oh no, that's a big dent on the Arcania's massive crew support.
What, of 8?
Yeah. That was incredible sarcasm on my part. Alright, I'm good.
All right. So 6 intervals, difficulty opposed, work of 12, magnitude of 4. If you do the you can spend momentum or threat to speed it up, assuming that after the roll. But if you do that, it will involve a fitness security roll for everybody involved, because basically it'll be working overtime, like past your past alpha shift into other shifts to try to catch up, get some distance on them.
Okay. What are we rolling?
You are, since you're trying to do a complicated security scheme, I'm going to call this a control security roll.
Okay.
Posed by their control security, because they're probably being very detail oriented and trying to counter what you're trying to hide. Not necessarily from you, actually from you in particular. Just they don't know yet you're hunting them. They're just trying not to be caught.
Chain of
Yeah.
command or lead by example?
Lead by example. You are leading. You normally could delegate this to them, and you're actually like in the investigation.
I'd be bored otherwise.
Um.
Alright, so that I have
Do I need this book or that book? That book. Because the Orions are involved.
Bold security is basically a must for me. I'll do that, and 2 momentum. Yeah, that and 2 momentum sounds good to me. Wow. Oh my god.
Would you like to re-roll?
That is... We'll see how the others do with this.
Yeah. Would you accept tactical systems for Tachibana?
No. I'd be looking for something. I'd take it a complication because it's the same station, but I'd be more looking for like internal security systems. That's a different
I mean, I'm
thing.
always
But tactical's close enough.
Yeah, I'm always going to say yes for a complication range, and it's just for the assist.
Yep.
Ooh. Could Dreth use psychology?
Yeah, I was gonna say psychology or tactics.
I didn't realize he had psychology.
You could use either. Yeah, you could use psychology. Psychology makes more sense, oddly, than tactics at this point.
Yeah, I looked at it and I was like, wait, that actually works
Yeah.
for an investigative.
Too. I was like,
I mean, I love it when we build these NPCs as weird as possible because you never know when things are going to come in handy.
And is the station assisting as well?
Computer security.
I've got it for you.
Am I imagining that? Is that a
That was
Security.
incredibly surprising.
Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong.
I'm still so surprised. That's the first time I've ever 3 18s on that first roll. What are the odds of that?
Well, at least we've
Me.
got 7 successes.
Like, that'd be great if it was just T&D.
There we go. Jeez, I couldn't find this guy. I was looking at like the wrong book entirely. I'm like, where? I know there's an Orion stat block. I know I have one. And I'm like, oh, it's in this. It's in the bloody Beta Quadrant book because they're in the Beta Quadrant. That makes sense, right? No, it's not. It's none of them. They're none of the big guys. Well, big-ish. Would it be you? No. Would it be you? No. It's probably you. You're great at this. You're awesome at this. Anyone better at this? Oh, no, you make more sense. Unfortunately, your stats are probably worse. Yep. Cool. How many did you get?
This makes it sound like I'm doing this against a bunch of
It's
moves.
7 hits plus 1 advantage, I believe.
Well, that is not good.
No, I think you have to put some serious threat into that one, mate.
Mm-hmm.
And I can still determination reroll too.
Oh, I know why he's on. Okay, yep, I know why. Okay. They would try not. No, they would try at least a little bit. I know they would. That.
So this needs to be all crits plus, I'm guessing, an assist crit from something or someone.
That is a crit. I like that crit. That's a nice crit.
Whoops, I shouldn't roll that one. I rolled 3d20 to cover someone. Oh no, wait, no, someone's assisting plus the threat, right? Oh, that's not great.
I think it's great.
3 hits plus a comp, so you should get 4 momentum off of that.
Would the advantage give us an extra 1?
Yes,
5. Nice.
so 5 momentum. Oops, and since this is this is an extended task. Boop, boop. Put that there. Yep. So give me 7
Yeah.
intelligence, please.
What does the comp do? Jesus Christ.
It'll give the vicious quality to the investigation.
Hey.
So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 with no resistance. He's just filled the track up.
What? I've never done that before.
So what you discover in your first 2 breakthroughs on the first day of investigation is it would seem that the person in charge here is one Giller the Brute.
What a name.
Unlike a lot of other syndicate operatives, he is one who is I mean they all try to have toughs. They have some secretive people. They have some women and some men who are, and some who aren't even Orion, to try to infiltrate further into society and so on. But this time around, this guy is straight up. He's a tough. He's a big hulking guy. Eats all his Wheaties. You know what I mean? Tons of protein powder. And his solution to making people stay quiet is to rough them up and have them fall down Jeffrey's tubes or be assaulted inside of turbolifts and stuff like that. So you have a lot of people very willing to come. Some people who aren't willing to come forward, and some people who just out of pride or spite. Or they're willing to, like, if you can get this guy to stop, I will totally tell you. Like, even some of the criminals aboard who would normally avoid you are like, no, get rid of this guy. Holy hell.
Spite is a magnificent driving force.
He is so the first thing is so the first breakthrough is that 1, you know who it is. 2, you know what kind of operation he's running. You don't have his inner core yet, but you do know that he has a reputation in the underground here as being like, if you pay up and you do business and everything's, if you don't see the guy, like, here's your money, I get my thing, bye. And you never see the guy, everything's fine. The minute you do anything they don't like, this guy and his friends come and see you, and then you get a visit to the medical bay. They haven't killed anybody recently, surprisingly. He's always been, that's sort of that, they always thought they think when you talk to them, they think they were going to die. But now that you've got the name, that's kind of syndicate operation. If they kill somebody, it's the big message, and it's to everyone in the room, security and the underground. But if they're trying not to attract security, they'll just frighten the heck out of them. Unless they're an obvious threat, like, I'm going to go talk to the head of security. No, you're not. You're going to take a walk into space.
Yeah.
And no one here is willing to go. The only reason people came to you is because you came to them. Like, you sought them out and found people who were involved.
Which is probably just sending Dharma to do that. It's like, you're not even talking to a security guy. You're talking to some other random civilian on the ship.
So yes, you still have
2.
You still have 2 magnitude, a work of 0. Because the work is zeroed out, you basically have an extra advantage, because now it's just a matter of, you've got a lot of information. Now it's just the manpower and man hours of just getting everyone in position and figuring out what your tactical plan is going to be.
And it's a fitness security what to just go again today?
It's a fitness security 1 momentum plus or threat, and it's a fitness security. At this point, it's only diff 1.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
Okay,
I don't think you need to do it.
I want to do it, though, because the sooner we get this done, the longer we have to observe them, and the longer we have, the more information we can get.
Oh, that's fair. So you're spending momentum?
Yeah.
Dreth,
that's my logic for it, anyway.
Dreth, Tachibana, and Varder, fitness security, diff 1.
Feel free to spend what you want for passing this.
Spend all the momentum, please. I'd really like that.
Can I use psychology?
Pep talk yourself into staying.
Yeah.
I'll take it a complication. It's close enough.
Combat medic, you give yourself stims.
That's kind of what I was going to ask for. Emergency medicine, can I just stim myself awake?
At complication, yep.
I'm going to say yes.
This is my security team.
We're all
I
a
would
bunch of
come
crackheads.
into, please. My fitness is only 9.
Go for it.
I think I'll spend a single momentum for Tachibana as well.
I would be spending a single threat.
What was it? Difficulty 1?
Yep.
I made us some momentum.
Hooray.
Same.
Jeez, Empress, you're supposed to roll me complications. What the hell?
Okay, the security team is pumped and ready to go, apparently. Do we have float from this? We do. Let's see. An advantage that we've got the right stem level. So
Yeah,
just do
no
that.
side effects.
No side effects.
We actually we're just really focused.
For 2 momentum, yeah, you'll be able to. The next time you have to burn the midnight oil, as it were, it'll be the same difficulty. So you
Yep.
basically, you'll very carefully managed your exhaustion.
I've got 1 float and I have no idea what to spend it on.
Maybe towards getting more people ready? Like
For
towards...
for momentum and a threat, you can have a security team on standby as an advantage.
Yeah, kind of like if
Sure.
things do get aggressive,
Yeah,
we've got
We
guys
tip our
in
hand
there.
or something. Yeah.
yeah, that sounds good to me.
I'll put that.
Just-
Prepping a team for what is ahead.
Considering you're dealing a guy known as the Brute, it doesn't harm having a security team just to go, if things go south, put him down.
Yeah, they're just kind of patrolling around doing their own thing. It's like, oh, we've not seen that patrol before, but whatever. There's reasons for them.
We call them the Untouchables. Anyway,
Alright. Right, next one.
Yep.
I'll do the same thing again. 1 threat, 2 momentum for 4 dice.
oh, you did it last time too? Whoops.
Yeah.
That's my bad. I didn't record that. Whoop.
Ah.
2.
Yeah, I'll take the tactical systems at comp again, if that's okay, for the assist.
Yep.
Let's see you, Drethy.
This is the Ericania.
7. Afrix.
Hang on, I gotta turn everything back to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're at 7 plus
Oops,
an advantage.
I rolled fitness.
8, 9. You throw away you ones. It's good.
Yeah, because my control is much better.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Okay.
gosh.
Okay, so what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Because we have 2 advantages now, right?
Oh, yeah, actually, because you have the security team. Yep.
So
Yep.
that's 11.
Oh, 3 then. Because you said because we filled up the work track, that's effectively an advantage, right?
Yep.
So that's 12 then.
So that's 12 hits, basically.
Which goes down to 9 because they got 3 hits. Gain 9 movement.
And you get vicious again because this guy is not subtle when he tries to get people to be quiet. He thinks brute force will always solve the problem. It's like it does. When it comes to being subtle, it doesn't. It attracts security attention.
I think I did the same thing again.
2,
Almost.
4, 6, 8, 10, 11.
It's 1 off what it was last time.
Look at the float we have at the top of the map.
Yeah, we could spend it
We don't need to spend
No,
it.
we don't.
and fill the track again, just cause.
Yeah, we filled the work track twice. Sure.
Well, all you've done right now, unfortunately, is because you can't fill the work track twice.
So it's only doing 1
It's only doing 1 magnitude right now. Yep.
Oh, I thought because it was finished, it was just like immediately a free one if you get any hit.
No.
No,
No.
I thought it was like a ship.
No.
That's the
But-
shields.
But you have all this overflow.
We can't just buy another breakthrough, can we?
And actually, what I'll say for that comp, I'll say that he's so obvious that it took next to no time to figure this out. So you actually don't have to spend to go into another interval. You're still in the same second interval because
Okay.
he in his desperation to make things more quiet. You've heard that he has suspicions that because the third thing you learn is that his team he only has about himself plus 6 toughs that rough people up for him personally. Like that's his. So there's only like 7 of them on the whole station that are really running this branch of the syndicate. So in that regard, you can tell that the influence here is very small. Syndicate likes to have a lot more, which implies this is a forward operating group. This isn't a proper branch, because the guy they have is more of a. Think of it from a tactical point of view. This is the person who clears the room to make sure it's safe for the big guy to come in, and then the big guy comes in to do stuff. So he's just clearing the underground to make sure no one's willing to even sneeze in his direction. The problem is he's overdoing it. He's being way too aggressive, way too fast. Part of it's probably because he doesn't realize Starfleet Intelligence has an officer here, and doesn't think the fleet is going to be around. And actually, seems like he seemed to step up his. You even look into past. And this is what saves you some time. Your officers look up in past investigations over the last few days since the fleet's been away, or the squadron. Is that he seems to be setting up a particular space for people to meet, like that, like there's a certain part of the station that is unofficially his territory.
See, I've just come up with a fantastic thing to spend that momentum on.
Okay, yeah.
So what's your guy called again? What was it, Drell?
Dharma.
Dharma. Would it be possible for us to install Dharma as the Ericania's quark? Like, we're gonna create a vacuum. Why not take control of it? With someone we know, we have some control over.
So, they
You get where I'm coming from, right? Though.
put Dharma in the quote marks legitimate trader position.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 2 momentum, I'll let you. 2
Yeah.
momentum and a threat, I'll do that.
Okay.
But
Oh no, what is Penn doing?
But you know what I mean? Like, if we can set up our own, like,
I like
access
that.
to
It's
that.
Yeah,
the,
no, I like it.
it's the person you
strategically,
know.
it's good. Yeah.
Yeah. And because it's the person you know, is also probably going to be unlikely to let anyone else muscle in on him.
Could we spend 2 to make sure everyone else, like the other traders already here, go along with this?
Like, to help establish him.
Yeah, so it's like, 1, we've got him there. We spend some to build his cover with the other traders. We've got a shit ton of float here.
Yeah, one of the things I was looking at is we know what area they're mainly meeting in. If we could get that bugged,
Or we could maybe,
which I don't know what kind. I don't know if that's already part of the investigation in general or not.
You could have one placed in advance for 2, yeah.
Yeah.
For people to buy along with Dharma, you could basically have like a station or even Starfleet subsidiary that fund where it's like, if you deal with Dharma, we'll actually give you the Federation will actually cover some of the credits you spend with him to encourage you to do business with him in particular, because he's a station approved merchant.
Yeah. Give him a good startup. Congratulations, you're now a merchant.
hey, it's not the worst idea we've had.
No. What's his
Oh, no.
opinion on all of this?
What are you guys doing? What am
He's
I going to have to sign off on?
Nothing against the Starfleet intelligence thing.
He's perfectly happy. I mean, this means he's approved. He's going to be able to get his own little storefront for cheap. He gets a lot more influence.
Yeah.
So he's perfectly happy with this.
He's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, plus that
Oh, are
means
we
we've
getting
kind
our-
of got him in the back pocket as well.
Are we getting our quark?
So that's another 2 momentum for him in particular, for setting him for the subsidiary thing.
We sent 4 on him.
Yeah.
We've got 1 more float.
Do you wish to spend it for any setting up any weaponry or gear secretly? So that way the bad guys don't know you're even gathering it.
That sounds actually, yeah. Like it would make sense if they've got some kind of monitor on our armories or whatever. So if we can circumnavigate their observation, then I'm entirely fine with that. Yeah.
Yeah, Dharma found something that fell out of the back of a shuttle. It's fine.
I mean, that's what
He
he's
thought he
here
should
for.
turn into security because he's a good merchant.
It's like, look, here's this personal weapon that's not logged. Well, it's not logged in armories.
Yeah, someone dropped it. Here you go. It's yours.
Yeah. Yep, that sounds
What
good
you
to
do
me.
with it? What you do with it is none of my business.
Well, I mean, the responsible thing is to turn it in. It goes to Lost and Found, which is exactly what Dharma's doing.
Yes.
So yeah, I
will
like that.
bring-
We'll spend the float and 1 extra for that.
Barker's like, yes, I am bringing this to the Lost and Found. Oh look, I found it.
What are you? Actually, it's not even a spending for advantage. You're spending at least 1. So you have that 1. So you're still at 6. But what are you buying as a weapon or extra bit of weapon or extra bit of armor?
I imagine going after the Syndicate would require rifles.
So that would be one momentum and 2 threat.
Okay.
So that gets you 1 rifle. If you want to buy more rifles, you've already spent the escalation costs, so the rest of it's just momentum. 1 momentum per extra rifle, or 1 extra threat per extra rifle.
Dreth is a marksman, so he should probably get a rifle. We'll put another into him.
With momentum or threat.
Let's touch upon 1-1.
Touchman's got a focus in phases, and it's technically a phase rifle.
Yeah, okay, we'll get you both 1 then. Might as well. Because he's called the Brute. I don't think any of us want to go hand to hand with him.
Tachibana does have hand
I mean,
to
I
hand.
do. I also have hand to hand.
I don't. You're in front of me.
Okay. Just so you won't get lead by example that way.
I'll just Deadeye marksman him. It's fine.
So you get 3 not Starfleet issue phaser rifles, but they're familiar enough that they do all the things. They do the same thing. They're just actually you probably got Ferengi ones off him. He probably just sold you some weapons. He's like, oh well, you're an approved vendor. I can sell to you.
Yeah.
And I just won't log it in the. And if you don't log it, I won't tell security if you don't.
He's a security officer.
Oh, well, we've got a backlog of things. It'll get done eventually. Right, let's finish this damn thing.
I mean, we kind of joked for a while about getting our own quark. I didn't think we'd be doing it this soon.
Yeah.
Alright, let's finish this.
Oh my god.
I'll do the same thing again for the roll of 1 threat, 2 momentum.
Okay.
For the
Yeah,
exact same roll.
He'd spend it, yeah, because he's always going to try at least a little bit.
Hey.
Here's the station.
Well.
This guy. This guy.
And that's
Dear God.
What was he trying to roll?
Here's the counter. I got 1 hit plus a comp.
he's comp every time.
Every time this guy. Every time. This guy's terrible at this.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, Quark needs
8,
to come
9?
in and give him some pointers.
9 hits?
Yeah, 9.
Dude, a 6-year-old should give this guy some
So
pointers.
it's 9
Maybe
versus
some-
1, so we get 8.
Here's my advice: roll better.
Yeah. and you had fishes again, so you blow it out of the water. By the end of day 1, you rapidly are able to set up a lot of things in quick succession. Everything starts falling. Like in those midnight hours, a lot gets done. Mainly because this guy is being subtle enough that if you didn't bother looking for him, you wouldn't know about it. You just have a bunch of weird medical reports and weird security reports about fights on the station. But digging at it at all pulled out all this information. And now you are able to set up an ambush at the meeting place easily, so you can be set up and you can choose whenever you want to jump in, and you'll always be considered to be moving first. Secondly, you have a bug, so you don't even have to be in the room to hear what's going on or even see what's going on. You've established Dharma as your station commerce representative, which is a nice official Federation sounding thing. He's pretty happy with that. You have some rifles. With that information in mind, do you wish to spend your momentum on any other advantages or obtain of information?
Let's see. Did we already know what they were smuggling?
For 1 momentum, you can get more. You get the latest of smuggling.
Yeah, I want to know what they're smuggling, so it's easier to track.
So the stuff they had before, and I'll tell you what they have now. But what they were doing before, they were helping smuggle in goods for the Chico concern, but largely it was non-weaponry stuff. It was restricted, semi-restricted items like certain industrial equipment that doesn't meet Federation safety standards, certain nuts and bolts, sundries, and foodstuffs and stuff like that. Like things that are a way that attempted to undercut or get ahead of any Federation ship. And they say, well, hey, if you don't want to wait your turn, you can have this tricorder right now. Don't mind the ads on the tricorder. It's fine. If you want the ads to turn off, you have to pay us a few slips extra. But, we'll give you the first one free. So on and so on.
Yeah.
They avoided weapons. They avoided... So all this stuff is stuff that the Federation would find someone over or tell them to stop, But other than that, it's nothing you'd put someone in brig over or prison over. I mean, at the scale they're doing it, it's getting there. But nothing that tied everything very neatly to one person. However, now, there are some of the engineering materials are moving through your station, or what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do now through the SS Yandy is trade a lot of very specific engineering equipment. And the security people in the room, all three of you recognize this as tactical equipment. It's just pulled apart. So each individual piece isn't technically illegal, but if you had them all together, you could construct a quantum torpedo launcher.
And we've seen them do that before. That's perfect course for the Chico.
There's also some materials that match up with, and Barter knows this because he's an intelligence officer. Some of this stuff seems to be suggesting materials that would be used to construct the supernova weapon. Not the actual warhead, not the actual bit, but it's like, it's everything but the super illegal part. It's like, yeah, but...
Firing, basically. Okay.
It's everything but the
we'll
super illegal
tag
part.
that down as weapons smuggling. Right.
Actually,
and
for 2 momentum, you can actually collect it. There's a chart. Actually, I'll give it to you one of 2 ways. You can either do 2 momentum and just have it, or you can try to do a reason plus security difficulty 2 to establish the advantage of having the exact law, like not all the tiny little laws they broke. You're collecting it all under one bigger crime that they can be hit with under Starfleet, under Federation law. So not so much weapon smuggling, but there is another law that basically covers like, but this is conspiracy to construct a weapon of mass destruction and smuggle it past us. So that's, and I have the evidence to prove, and I have the evidence to prove it. Here's how legally I can do it. But it's finding that very particular, because Federation law is complex and Byzantine. So it's one of those, like, if you know what you're doing, you can collect it together. You're a Starfleet officer, so for 2 momentum, you can just tell some JAG officer to get you the warrant, or you can try to do it yourself.
But if I roll for it, I lose the 2 float, right?
Yeah, you could use the 2 float on something else. So it's whether you want to spend the 2 float on something else or you want to spend it on this.
Well, I know there is what we had previously is the Chigoan Concern agent on board. For 2 momentum, can we know who they are as part of this?
Oh, their contact.
It's Chigoan agent on board. So I'm assuming it's either one of the Orions or acting as that agent, or there's someone else.
For 2, you could happen to find that name. Yeah, I'll give you that.
And then I'll roll to get the other thing, which is reason security.
Difficulty 2. Assisted by computer supposed security because you'd probably look it up on the computer. That's what I would do.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll just do it off the top of my head. It's fine. No. Computer.
A threat to momentum because I don't want to just whiff biff. Yeah, reroll 1. Never mind. Didn't pass, but oh well.
What's the difficulty?
2.
Oh, if I had a focus, I would have had 2 crits in that. But I didn't think lead by example or chain of command would work for those.
Uklum, daughter of Plakrok.
Is that Chigoan or Klingon?
Klingon.
Oh, great.
Oh, look, another Varder girlfriend.
She is. Well, you found the name. I should stop giving free information. But
What? No, free information.
no, you can spend momentum if you want to know more than the name.
Fine. Also,
Like
I
her
passed the
favorite
roll
dinner.
for
She's not one of the
Oh, actually, Station needs to roll
Klingon. She's not one of the Klingon pirates, is she? That we
No,
counted
I can
before?
tell you that now.
Okay,
Station's
because I
already
still
rolled.
Hey.
technically had
Oh, I
favors
thought-
from
never
them
mind.
that I never used.
Damn. You sure Station will review
Damn.
roll?
Yep, just above yours.
That sucks. Okay, either way, Station already rolled, so you can move on to 2. Yeah, I'll spend stuff for information on this Klingon. I'm sure she's from one of the Dishonored houses, because that would just make sense, wouldn't it?
What's your question?
Yeah, one of them would probably be daughter of Picard. Is that whole house one of the things caught up in the purges?
Yes.
She won't like me. Phew.
You're very popular with the Klingon ladies.
No, particularly, given I've got the whole Ally of House Telpok as part of my... Yeah, she'll really hate me. What other questions do I want to ask about her? There's others I could... What's her reputation? Like, what's the general feel of this Klingon? Is she as you would expect from a Klingon? Or is there something more House about her? Is the best way I can phrase that.
She's literally from House Duras. Wait, what? You would think that would come up a lot sooner in the file.
I feel like that's an appropriate question.
Where is the thing I'm looking for? I need to update this book. Oh well. That's right.
I was going to call it Excommunicated House because that sounds about right. Dishonored House?
It'd be discommendation is the Klingon way. If you're discommendated, you're not a Klingon anymore, and any Klingon who finds you is more than welcome to kill you and take all your stuff.
Fun.
Worf got away with it because he was a Starfleet officer in State and Federation space. It's like, yeah, well, this would be very bad. I mean, it's still bad, but this would be a lot worse if I was in Klingon space.
I mean, all you need to do, Varda, is take him out on a date and get him to flip.
Go away. All I need to do is say, okay, you can either cooperate or we can extradite you to Klingon space.
There we go. Oh my god, my mic has been off this whole time. God damn it.
Yes.
Yes.
No wonder you guys kept talking over me.
I mean,
We're just rude.
we don't like you.
Oh, well,
No,
And,
I
here
mean-
I was thinking the room got smarter.
Aw.
So no, I mean that's actually what happened with Rugan. His house got caught up in the purges, and he was only safe because he was Starfleet. And so the moment they got stuck outside of Federation space, an enterprising Klingon captain decided she would try and track him down.
So her reputation is such that she is the sort of person who's considered not worthy of even being called a Klingon. She has more in common with Romulans or Ferengi than she does with any living Klingon. So her reputation was garbage before she got her house got discommendated. So she was already on the
shit list.
she's already on the Duras scale.
out.
That's exactly how Duras are described. Okay.
So you might actually have some success with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be
Okay.
your...
MO.
Anyone else have any ideas for questions?
What's her favorite color? Does she
Does-
like roses?
Does she have a preference for Bajoran males?
Get
For
out
true
of here.
momentum, she could. No,
That seems worth it.
No, that is an inappropriate use of momentum there.
You're right in my determination for it.
God damn it.
Joking. I am joking before you take that.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
I need
Okay,
an
so the-
adult.
7 Orion, 1 contact with 1 more Orion incoming.
Welcome to the Kismet.
I think that's all I need.
I mean, we've set up quite a lot, really.
Yeah. We've kind of got this. We've got 2 days of just being able to observe and gather information passively with the bug and everything else we've got put in place. And that's 2 days in which, oh no, Dharma can drop off rifles that he's found. I'm. Go away! Spend 2 threat to make her single. God.
Hey, now you know how I feel.
GM spends threat to have Klingons hit on me all the time, and I guess this is what it comes to.
Wait, you could do that? Is that an option?
you can spend
Yes.
that for anything.
Because Klingon woman hitting on you is literally her hitting you. So
Yes. I mean, as they've
No,
said,
the player is okay with it. Don't do it if your player is shy.
the men recite poetry, the women throw things.
But yes. So with that, we're going to change scenes here. But the establishment is that you basically have so much lead time set up for the meet, and you know where they're meeting. You know that Geller and this other guy is going to be meeting there, and you'll be able to observe them remotely without any fear of them detecting you back.
now just be look like we're doing whatever else wherever else, and quietly keep an eye on them.
Oops, wrong person.
Ah, hi. Yes, I'm on the Kismet too.
Oh, actually, I have the wrong room. Boop.
Everywhere.
Nice.
So we have 1 Fleet Captain Grennan, 1 Captain Pend, and 1 Lieutenant Commander Dr. Efrix. So to catch you guys up, several star dates later, while all that's going on, actually, how many star dates? No, I should say, because you guys can go as fast as they can, so you actually can get there pretty damn fast. Wait, I have the map over here. So What are you
God damn
running
it! Bring us up to time with the rest of the fleet.
I am. That's what this episode's about.
I know,
It's just that
I know.
they got a lot done in like one day. It's like this is supposed to take like 3 days of work. We'll do it in one. Okay, just
I was
one shot.
done in one, so we had more time to listen and get information.
You guys can go like 9.997 or something ridiculous, right? Or is it 97? I forget. You guys are super fast.
We
9.97. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
we travel at warp Neum.
and we can also push it to 0.985 for a brief time.
So, in that same amount of time, while that very in-depth investigation goes on, by the next morning, the Kismet is on approach with the rest of the fleet to your destination planet, which is, I know what it is. Shush. You're approaching the Wudra system.
Mm.
Along with your leader Jervat Fietless, because it's his ride as the rest of the battle fleet dissipates. Although we can actually do a quick flashback. Because,
Yeah, I was gonna say I wanted to talk with the captain of the Lyrira.
You would be able to do that. Who else would want to have met the captain before this meeting? Would Efforts or Penn want to be along for that, or just Grennan?
No, Pend is okay. I think he'll leave that for his captain.
If the captain asked me to. I get the feeling Efrix wouldn't like this guy very much.
No. This is the captain, the actual captain of the Lyrira, the woman that got
Oh.
Star Captain
That's-
Koshin.
Yeah, I don't.
Star
care.
Captain Koshin. Yeah, so
Only
I
if
think
the captain wanted me to. I'm not worried about the captain.
Yeah, I think the captain will do this himself.
Okay, so quick flashback as the captain reminisces on the dinner he had.
Remember, don't stay out too late.
Well, I tell you, this is much more pleasant than the last time I was in this room.
Yes, the Woohoo are a forceful people.
And he just sort of taps his temple and he says, "Yeah, I got a taste of that."
The
So-
problem.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Captain. Sorry, Fleet Captain, as I recall. You've been promoted, I've been told.
Yes, just recently. Apparently was in the works for a bit. The only thing standing between the official confirmation was, well, word on how this little conflict was going to end up. If things went too far south, I might not have received the promotion, but...
Well, perhaps you will understand that on the grander scale of things, that as a Star Captain of His Majesty's Fleet, Star Navy, it is my intention to formally disavow the actions of the Illuminated Worlds and to advise the captain to not trust these Woohoo any further in our dealings. And I advise you to do the same.
I appreciate that. I can definitely say suspicious of the actions of the Woohoo, but, well, it is my duty as a Starfleet captain to at least make an attempt at diplomatic overtures.
Well, say to you, Fleet Captain, I imagine that once the Steel Prince, Full of Grace, is made aware of this insult to the Principality, it is very likely that the those tied to the ground will want to exercise their military muscle with the assistance of my carrier.
Well, that seems to be an ongoing theme in the region.
That is, of course, unless, and this is just a suggestion, I spoke with your liaison officer.
Ah, yes, how is she settling in?
She is doing quite well. She seems to be well read on our regulations and standards. I've yet to convince her to wear our armored uniform, but this is understandable. One wants to represent the pride of one's fleet. I will not begrudge her such a thing.
Very good, very good.
But yes, with your suggestion, I would say to you that perhaps if you could get these woohoo to apologize for their, shall we say, gross misconduct and purloining illegally of a Star Naval ship and officer, if they can apologize for such a thing openly, then the Steel Prince may be turned aside from unleashing the wrath of his worlds upon them.
Well,
I support your efforts, Captain, but it's more of a... I'm just letting you know what the...
Of course, if I can say anything that will help maintain peace in the region, I'm more than willing to do so. I just have to be careful. We were already invited here as guests. It's a tricky diplomatic situation, to say the least.
Do you have no pride as an officer to stand before those who would insult your allies?
Oh, that is not the case at all. I will absolutely stand for my allies when I must. As I said, if I can manage to get such an apology out of the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds, I will not hesitate to do so.
But I warn you, Fleet Captain, if you don't, and I report your failure to the Steel Prince, you may avert one war and simply have another that I will have to request your assistance with.
That is understood.
Other than that, how are you liking your food? Your fleet liaison gave me suggestions as to foods you would like from your homeworld.
Oh, yes. This is quite good. And he just sort of just thinking of what he'd be eating. He just sort of pokes at his salad. Of course, the leaves of it are probably not like green. They're like probably some blue leafy.
A slight, they're colors of red, orange, and amber, dressed in a appropriate sauce, whether your character prefers bitter or sweet, because people have different
Probably
preferences.
sweet. This is pretty good. It's a rather good analog to the Caesar salad.
I like this Caesar she tells me about. He seems quite the fellow. Bit ambitious, though.
Indeed. Let's just say I've had to have a few comparisons drawn between him and me in recent memory, and not for good reason.
You, a Caesar, you don't seem the conquering, manipulative sort. Then again, you are consorting with people who stole my ship, so perhaps you're more like this Julius than I think.
No. More of a lot of people who wanted to see me dead at the same time kind of deal.
Well, one has not achieved might and grace until one has enough enemies that one needs their own personal guard.
Yes, Yes.
Next, you'll be pursuing a lordship in your federation. Oh, right, you don't do that. Whatever it is.
Well, I suppose if I were to have to consider the next step, either I'd be going into the Admiralty or I'd be serving some high position in. I'd be going on to serve the Federation Council.
Well, not to twist your arm too much. I think that's the phrase humans use.
That is correct.
I would suggest if you ever wish to seek occupation elsewhere outside of your Federation stars, if you succeeded at getting these woohoo to apologize, which is a big task, I know, but if you did, I could see between the recommendation of a star captain and the compassion and generosity of the Steel Prince, you could be considered for one of the worlds of the Principality. Ennobled in your own right, given your naval accomplishments and your political acumen should you succeed.
That's very generous, Grennan says. But my calling is in the stars.
Then you shall die by them. She raises her glass and smiles when she says this. When she drinks.
And Grennan raises his glass, and hopefully he assumes he's saying the right thing here when he says, "And shall we all?"
Shall we all?
And he takes a drink of the fizzy liquid in the cup.
Yes, freshly squeezed Chigo in that.
Make a con save.
Literally drinking just now. Why would you do that to me?
I'm drinking the blood of my enemies.
She grins when she says that, like she's waiting for you to react.
It almost came out of my nose.
I'm kidding. We don't eat the living. That's barbarous. Downright uncivilized.
Just a living one.
This says the living one. God. That got me. Okay. Well, all in all, I'm glad to see that you've been able to reclaim command of your ship. I was a bit worried there for a while, especially given that I was not allowed to speak with you.
Well, your discretion in not seizing my ship back on my behalf is... Other officers here would call you a coward, spineless, tied to the ground without any sense of the stars, but I know that you Starfleet, are not ones who seek glory and valor on the field. You are diplomats. You are scientists. That path is different than what our Star Navy would imagine. If you were in my place, in my Navy, you would be stripped of rank and be flogged. But I know better. Many of my officers won't, but I outrank them, so it doesn't matter.
Well, that's why you're the star captain.
Mm-hmm.
And why I'm the fleet captain.
Yes, in your fleet you get a promotion over it. But your way worked ultimately, so it's hard to argue with results.
Well, I must thank you for this dinner. This was very pleasant.
Yes, and hopefully you return successful. I intend to, once I get back to my assigned world, I will... Well, you can do it or I can, but I imagine you'll want your space station to be made aware of the possibility of war from another mean, or would you rather I refrain from informing your Aracania? I mean, they are inferior officers. Sorry, that's not the right word Starfleet uses. Subordinate officers. Um, so
Who's inferior?
I will handle the matter myself.
well, we both have many things to do, and you have a insufferable Senate to deal with, and I have an insufferable Baron to hopefully get his personal army ready. Hopefully, I'm wasting my time.
Not often that we get to say that.
Oh no, don't misunderstand me. I'd rather the Baron didn't get in any valorous combat. I'd rather that was reserved for myself. She
Very well.
stands.
Grennan stands as well.
She gestures to the door you entered. Good day, Fleet Captain.
Good day, Star Captain. And he leaves.
And I'll note that Fleet Captain Grennan is, when he's allowed, he's basically been given a map via your liaison of the ship, and you aren't. They give you an escort, but it's more in honor of your rank than it is making sure you don't wander. Like if you decide to turn left, they'll just follow you and go, "Oh, that's where he's going now."
Neat.
Because you're considered on the same level and rank as the Star Captain, or at least they've been informed that's roughly what you're like.
Yes, that I'm to be treated with the dignity of someone of that rank.
Yeah.
Just wait till they
is there
get to know you.
I will say, you, as much as they're honoring you, like the honor guard, they're very disciplined.
Yes.
And but you still get the occasional look, which is the honor guard then glares at them like you're not to look at this person like that. It's like, oh, whoops. But you see it more than often than not. A lot of this crew doesn't like you very much, but the honor guard, they're not required to like you. They're required to defend you.
Very good.
In present day,
So, what did the Star Captain have to say?
Second. Anyhow, well, as things stand, it's looking like the incident on the where the Woohoo took command of the Larira might be boiling over into a larger incident.
Oh no, how shocking.
Well, we might be trading one war in for another.
Oh no, how shocking.
You know, Pend, I would be mad if you weren't right. Anyways, as it stands, the Quaqua have found this quite insulting. The actions that the Woohoo took, and are gearing up to retaliate, based on the word of the Iron Prince. He's like recalling in the back of his head.
Steel.
Is that what? Huh?
Steel.
Steel Prince.
The Iron Prince. That is how your head comes off.
This is the Platinum Prince now.
Platinum Prince. No, Steel Prince. While by no means an order from any particular direction, if we could somehow eke out a public apology from the Woohoo for their actions, we could possibly prevent another conflict.
Do you think the Star Captain would just accept an apology from the guy we have now, or does it have to be from the Senate?
It has to be a public apology. This is bigger than one ship and one captain. This is a matter of insult from one empire to another.
Well, if you want, I can start working on the leader, and hopefully when we get to Wudra, we can try and get some more support for an apology.
He indicated.
Hmm?
He indicated that's really not his realm of influence, right?
True, but having something's better than nothing.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Um, as for you, Doctor, when we get there, I'm hoping you'll find a way to look more into the woohoo biology.
You mentioned that for the right price, we might be able to set up a medical information exchange.
Correct. And who knows, given their basis as a psychic society, as an offshoot of humanity, they might be more willing to negotiate on such a matter.
Maybe. Though, as a non-human, who knows?
Right. The most surprising aspect to me is the most surprising aspect of all of this to me is that they already knew that they were an offshoot of humanity. Rather dismissive of us at that.
Well, lucky for us, it's up to us to change their minds.
Well, that's what we do,
Also,
isn't it?
it's not necessarily unexpected given the humans in the past that have developed psychic abilities. They often see themselves above the rest of humanity.
Yeah.
Not always, but there is a precedent there for it.
And hell, I've even read some anthropological papers that suggest that any humans that may have displayed psychic potential in human history were often branded as witches. Of course, that's all theory, mind you.
God, you humans are weird.
Yes, but that's what makes us endearing. And he just sort of he shoots a look at Pend.
Not exactly the word I would have used, but sure, let's go with endearing.
I don't think it's that aspect of you that makes you endearing, Captain. But
Anyhow, hopefully soon we'll hear word back from Deep Space Arcania. They should be made aware of they should be made aware that we will be attempting to defuse another diplomatic situation while we're out here.
I doubt they'll be surprised, but yeah, it's a good idea to keep them updated.
Given that I'm most in the know on the matter, I'll reach out to DSE and also request a report on the black market situation.
Yes, because we definitely don't want any smugglers around when we have another war kick-off.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else of importance?
Not from my end, but we will need to go over your mental block training at some stage before we arrive.
Right. Where would you want to do that? Holodeck?
Wherever you wish, but you're not going to enjoy it.
Holodeck it is then.
Doctor, just be on standby.
Of course.
The captain tugs at his collar.
Before you, as you consider this plan, there's a few things that come to mind. You are currently in the system. You're at the edge of their system. You can't approach their planet and all that. So are you gonna just hang around in the outside system and train up?
We probably could have had some training done on the journey.
It took you one day.
It took us one day.
You're there, this is the next morning after his dinner.
I mean,
Yeah,
I could probably. Give
I had other business. I had other business I had to take care of yesterday.
You guys moved at warp 9.97. That you covered a huge, and because the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds didn't stop you, and you're under escort. You just went zoom and followed it, and you're able to get there directly. So you're actually at the capital world by the next day.
If that's the case,
because the Illuminated Worlds aren't that big.
I will give him a crash course and probably a visit to the doctor.
Ow.
Because what happened last time, you had a meeting with these guys.
So what can happen if you're trying to give him a crash defense or advantage? Between Penn's training and Efric's, one can lead. One of you can lead, and the others assist with this. I'm going to call this difficulty 3 test, I think. And what you need to do, one, Grennan has to actually do the actual work of thinking it out, studying what very quickly under pressure, how to wall up his mind. So that would, if he was going to do that on his own, that would be, well, not on his own, but if he was the focus, the lead, it'd be insight medicine, because it's knowing his own mind. Insight medicine roll. For Pend, it would be presence, security, or medicine, as you're teaching him what you know. Those are the same rolls you'd use to assist, by the way. So if Grant is assisting somebody else, it's still insight medicine, because he still has to do some of the lifting.
I'm a
or try to.
12.
I'm a 16.
Efrix can assist through various, if she wishes to, because here's where it gets trickier. You can do a daring medicine roll and concoct some medicine to give him, like some sort of a pharmaceutical to kind of help his mind be more resilient.
Put me full of drugs.
And you can either do a daring medicine roll, and you'll very carefully you'll make one up that works, at least on the short term, or you can auto succeed and just by spending one momentum and one momentum 2 threat to basically pull from the database something that another doctor's already worked on. The reason escalation is coming in is because now you're depending on someone else's work on a patient who it wasn't rated for. Whereas if you do it yourself, it's if you're the lead on the roll, then that counts as an advantage for your roll, because if you buy it, because you have a drug and now you're working on it. But if you're just assisting, you can just give one free success and go like, well, here you go. Actually, no, I'll do it both ways. Whether you're assisting or not, you can buy a drug. Buy.
Would you like to buy a drug?
It's synthesized.
You can purchase the relevant drug to give you an advantage on the roll on the roll as a whole.
I
This
found
just-
out how the black
this-
market started.
This just in: our game master supports buying drugs.
Hey, no, I don't. Shush. Well, legal drugs, tropically pharmaceutical by a doctor. Anyway, and within the laws of your local region.
Any other asterisks you want to put on that statement?
Not without a lawyer. No. Don't do drugs, kids. Some are good, some are bad. Ask your prayer. Anyway, that's a Canadian joke. Don't mind me. So yeah, so it's either a daring medicine, insight medicine, presence, security, or medicine.
I think Penda's leading this.
I also have a 16.
Oh,
I have a focus, especially for like I have former operative, so I can teach you the stuff I did as a former operative to secure your mind.
Yeah, I figured that's what you're gonna use.
although I think Efrix also has like telepathy focus, doesn't she?
I do not.
Oh, I thought you did.
Mm-mm.
Huh. Then Pend it is then.
Take a threaten to momentum.
But I can assist.
Oh yeah, totally. Difference is whether or
Uh.
not you want to pull from the database or you want to make it manually.
Well, I don't think I can now.
It would be 3 threat instead of 1 momentum, 2 threat.
I don't know, that's up to you guys. I'm putting us at 16 threat.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. So I'm synthesizing it myself. I'm not making it.
Team dynamics.
Yes.
Oh, it doesn't even matter because my medicine is 1.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time for medicine.
Okay, but guys, we're gonna have like a lecture.
Hey,
on
I've got 2.
basic
I've got 2 now.
Medicine. Xenoimmunology.
Yep, that would apply. You're trying to
Okay.
make sure his body doesn't reject the drug.
Yeah.
Come on, complication. I believe in you. You can do it. Oh, fine. Get a success.
I was looking at draft sheet and I was like, why do I only have a 9 in daring? What happened?
So far,
Ow.
every roll you've done, GM, has been a complication.
See, I love the image of just in the holodeck, just a pen telling Grinning what to do. Nope, slap. Do it again. Different. Again, slap.
Until you stop minding the slaps. It's like, no, I'm calm. Everything's fine. Nope, I can't be distracted. No, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Calm blue ocean.
Take him to the doctor. His just face is swollen. He's yours. He's yours now.
I'm fine.
She gives him an ice pack and a lollipop and says, "Get out."
God, you guys are so mean to your captain.
You're so mean. I would never.
Yes, you would.
I'm not Bones.
No, she wouldn't give him the lollipop.
So if you ever have another psychic influence moment there, Granny, you basically have an advantage. It's not as great as a trait you might have, but that's what you would for it to be a long-standing pan thing. You would need it to be. It would probably need to be a trait for it to be long-term training.
Yeah.
But this short little one, if you had more time, if you guys were taking a lot longer to get here, you might have been able to do an extended task and have a trait for the duration of the adventure. But
Nah,
you don't have that kind of time. You're already there, unless you want to just sit there for days and train. But
Nope. We got to get this. We got to get this underway because there is now a possibility of war. Although I do need to reach out to DSE and.
Yep.
Take care of that.
You probably do that before your face is swollen.
or after when it's not swollen anymore. Huh? So Grennan, back on your. Actually, are you in the bridge? Or are you in your ready room? When you
I'm going to go to the ready room for this because I'm also going to be receiving info about their investigation, and that's not something I want to discuss on the bridge.
Do you wish to encrypt the message?
Yes.
So someone's going to need to give me. Well, you call the difficulty out first, and you perform a signal encryption test.
Pend.
What's the roll?
Oh,
Your mum, no. Fight you. Let's go, mate.
That,
Anyway,
that will not end well for you.
no, it probably won't. Because I'd be breaking quarantine and crossing her. Anyway, I'm fine. Where the bloody hell is the
Is it usually to like control security?
something? Not signal jamming. Oh, it is. That's what I'm using. All right, it's reverse. You're encrypting, right? So it's control engineering plus the ship's communication security.
I'm still pretty good at that. That's a 15. Would you allow the focus of former operative?
Yes. What difficulty are you shooting for?
Let's go 4. Let's be funny. GM, I'm going to roll 6 challenge dice because I want to be fair to you this session.
Oh, only this session. I see how it is.
You get 5. I'm nice like
There we
that.
go.
oh, this is gonna suck. I just have to wonder where he's gonna. Oh.
And it's the ship as well. Was that computers security or engineering?
Yes. Oh, not computers. I think it's
Communications.
Communications. Yep.
Or engineering?
Yes.
Oh no! Why did
Sorry,
you?
no. Security. It's comm security. When you're encrypting.
Unless
the
that's
same.
still the same. Unless it was a 3. Wait, why did you spend all the threat back at us? Oh no.
Is that another
Oh my
complication?
god, GM! Buddy! Oh, the reroll though is good.
Well, that wasn't a reroll. That's a
Oh,
space station
okay.
assist.
Oh,
I'll spend the determination because fuck it.
Wait, we beat them by 1.
2, 4, 5, 6. You beat them by 1.
And they complicated. Even if we tied, I don't know if you roll it this way, but
I don't.
usually,
Oh, sometimes I take that
Yeah.
back. I usually don't. I like to make the complication do something else, but sometimes like, forget it. You just get it.
yeah, well,
I don't
yeah,
do complication.
yeah. Like usually, what I would do is if they tied, but there's a complication on one side, I just give it to the side that didn't complicate.
But yes, you are able to send a encrypted communication. And Penn, you can tell that this area, they're not watching necessarily your communications in particular, but they seem to be very, especially this seems to be their capital world. So there's they're monitoring a lot of communications, and yours is the one that comes out encrypted. So someone tried to read it and they failed.
Not on my watch.
And that's what the complication was. You could tell that they were looking at your message and trying to read it, but
I mean,
you know they failed.
I mean, I was trying to be nice. I gave you all that extra threat and you still comped, man.
Yeah, they almost got it. They were pretty darn close.
Yeah.
So yes, Varder, I believe you're the one who gets called. This is and this is after you succeeded at your previous task.
yeah.
Lieutenant Commander.
Captain, fleet captain.
Well, I have.
100% holding a cup of kava juice.
Yeah. How are things on Deep Space Arcania?
I'll press a button and be like, is this encrypted? Yes. Fairly good. We made a lot of ground. Surprising amount of ground.
Good. The Kismet has just arrived at Wudra. We're going to be having we're going to be meeting with members of their government shortly. Things have gotten a bit complicated.
Slow sip of a drink.
Not so much on our end. Let's just say the Quaqua have taken exception to the actions of the Woohoo. My concerns were, it turns out, quite well founded. The Quaqua viewed this as viewed the woohoo takeover of the Lyrira as quite the insult, and are currently preparing for conflict. Now, how extreme that conflict is going to be, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I couldn't begin to guess.
Let's see if I recall correctly. Woohoo and Quaqua territory is about comparable. But the Woohoo technology outstrips the Quaqua.
Right. Now, I had okay. Okay, so there's 11 days.
It's gonna take. They move way slower than you do.
Right. Okay. So, by our best astronavigational estimates, the Lyrira will arrive at its destination in 11 days. I have that amount of time to hopefully convince the Woohoo to publicly apologize for the actions they took.
Right. Well, you're more the politician than I am.
Hey, I take offense to that.
And yet it's the truth. Regardless, good argument from my point of view might be that the Woohoo, who are in this state of almost conflict, cannot afford to lose their ally. Especially
Right.
when that ally is the only thing holding us to them that they know of.
Right.
I know I guess they know that you're human and they're human and that, but they don't know how interested we are in that or how not interested we are, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, fortunately, as the wider Federation, we can swing it both ways depending on how we need it to. Because as the Federation, we can make a point of humanity being just a small fraction of a percentage of the races that comprise the Federation. Or, if need be, and they do care more about the fact that I am a human, I can play to that.
Yeah, you'll know what to do. If you, for some reason, need my presence, that is possible.
I think I'll be fine if I and he gives a smirk. If I need something punched, I have penned.
I wasn't meaning punched. I was meaning psychically to say, "Hey, look, we have this too." But yeah, that works.
Ah, yes, yes. Um, speaking speaking of which, how goes your investigation?
I don't want to say done because that sounds unbelievable, but it is.
Done. Well, what have you found?
There are 7 syndicate operatives aboard the Arcania. They are led by what the hell is this guy's name? Right, Giller the Brute.
Giller the Brute.
Yep.
God, who comes up with these
He
names?
keeps people quiet by brutalizing them.
Well, I mean, it's in the name.
There is an 8th operative arriving aboard the SS Yandi in the next 2 days.
Hmm.
And we've also found out who the Chigoan contact, the go-between, is. A Klingon woman, Oklam, daughter of Potok. Pokok? I don't know. A very scheming, conniving, un-Klingon sort of Klingon.
Ah,
We should have everything set to get what we need in the next couple days.
What you need.
All of the individual operatives and their stashes,
Ah,
and additional information from listening to them and interrogating them. All of that.
see. So, do you have a plan of action then?
Yes.
And Wright is on board with said plan of action.
Yes. I'm pretty sure Wright's on board with this.
She's she's following your lead. You're the superior officer.
Right, yes. I mean, yes, she's... So,
Right. I'm more so asking as a courtesy.
right.
Yeah, no one asked her. She might not be okay with this. She's like, oh well, I'm following your lead. You're the one doing this.
I mean, I've said raise complaints if you have them to her before.
Yeah, well, she probably won't say anything. You knowing what you know about the character, and I'll tell you this, is that she probably won't say anything unless it's a flagrant violation.
That's true.
Then she'll say something. Otherwise, she's very adherent to rank, especially since you outrank her in two different ways.
Yeah.
It's like, there's two different reasons why I should listen to you.
Oh, the Dharma Prel, he's a Federation-sanctioned trader aboard the Arcania now.
I'm trying to remember who is that?
Mirror
My
Vada.
imposter.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. And how did you manage to swing that?
Carefully and with not going around brutalizing people like Gil.
I see. Well,
It's complicated and boring, and I really don't want to explain it again. You can look at the paperwork later.
well, you know me, Varder. I live for the paperwork.
I can actually send you the report.
Please do.
I'll just send that to him through this
Insight,
encrypted channel.
Insight Command difficulty 1 there, Brennan.
Here's the law we're using to get them with weaponry
I
that
will.
they're smuggling.
I will spend a momentum because why not? Law focus.
Yep.
Insight command. You said.
Yep. Plus the Kismet's computers plus command because you could probably look it up that way.
God. Rerolling that comp. We. Oh God, that's
Oh yes.
that's 5 successes against a difficulty 1. I don't know what I'm gonna spend any of this extra momentum on.
So looking over the file, you realize that he is. It is the two things you got. One is the Ferengi being installed as a.
Ferengi?
Ferengi.
Oh, what were you looking up? I thought you were talking about the Ferengi commerce guy as well.
No, the Kardashian.
Dharma. He's a Cardassian.
Oh, I got his names mixed up with the friggin' name.
And I was like, "Whoa! How did you swing that?"
Yeah, he's a Ferengi now. We gave him an injection.
I have the wrong emblem for him. I'll fix that now.
Plot twist: he's a changeling.
It's the Cardassian Bajoran we're talking about.
Right. Okay, let me get the right. Don't I have a? No, I just have the Cardassian mark for him. I don't have a face
The
for
other fella was Damon Nunco, and I need to talk
That's
to him
what I
before
figured.
we do anything.
I had him in my head, and I was like, "Oh, that's who it is."
I have not spoken to him yet. I'm not putting him in any position of anything.
I was like, "Okay, you're gonna put this guy as your own quark." Okay, that's what I was.
Oh, because we said Quark, you thought Ferengi. No, yeah.
Oh,
It's,
well, it's more like your own personal Garrick.
I guess it is closer to that, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Now, okay, so we do need a quark then.
Fine, I'll talk to Damon.
That will turn out. But yes. So yeah, looking him over. So it is legitimate. The only it does give him the only complication or wrinkle in it is that this does give a non-Federation citizen a path to citizenship because he's one of the things, right? He's in a Federation approved role. So he likely could try to get Federation citizenship and all the trimmings involved therein. And he'll have a fair amount of civil influence in the region because of this. Because he'll have so much contact with all the various traders and such. The good thing is that your fleet already has a lot of alliances with some of the local traders anyway. You have at least one trader. You have a few alliances regarding the
Two
civilians.
traders. We've got the Yandy and the Bellatrix.
The Bellatrix and the Yandy and the Starfleet tugboat fleet, which they're not civilian anyway. So yeah. So he won't be able to get any control even if he tries to do something on the Yandy or the Bellatrix because you already have it. You already have the alliance with them, and most people don't ally with multiple forces because that makes things complicated, and only governments bother being that complicated.
Or Grennan.
Means we can keep an eye on him better.
I'm just trying to think because we got a bunch of momentum off of that. Do we want to spend it on anything?
There's also the law that I'm using to confiscate the weapons that was sent to you.
Yes. So the other part of that as well is that the law he gave you is valid. It's basically a conspiracy to smuggle weapons of mass destruction and arms trade and circumvent arms trade. So they're not committing the arms trade. They're bringing lots of little things like you didn't get a proper license, you didn't declare this, that, and the other. It's
right, but it's all those things put together constitute
a much larger charge. And actually, once they're nailed, they're looking at like real prison time. Like this is because of the WMD charge, it's a major offense. It's it's either imprisonment or exile for any if they're an alien species that wants to just leave. It's like, well, you can't come to Federation space anymore. If we see you again, we're gonna hold on to you. But that's a JAG problem. But they are looking at major charges.
Mm-hmm.
And it will stick because it's like, no, he has all the evidence. He's done all the paperwork he's already done is lined up. The evidence he has.
He just has to read them their rights.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that'll get them out is a really good lawyer or a plasma charge from their cell.
I can plot
Or a
different kind of
cyanide
plasma
capsule.
charge.
Obvious. You have that extra momentum. If you have any extra questions or advantages, I can't think of any advantages you'd create.
Yeah.
Which I guess, if you want information, if you have any questions about the people that I have sent you the report on, that's me kind of going, I guess.
Oh yeah, I got an idea. What can I reason out based on the report of this his name Grove something
Giller.
Mm-hmm.
What can I work out about this Giller guy based on Varder's report?
He's
For
very
one moment.
big.
He did miss all of this.
Sure. For one momentum, I'll fill you in.
Yeah.
Yes, Ben.
So he is a big hulking dude, Orion male, and his solution. He's very much a soldier, a guy who clears a room for the real influencers to come in. Not the greatest, not the most subtle, especially since he's now getting trapped inside a day.
So I guess the question is, why would he be put in charge of an operation like this?
Because he's the guy who clears the room for the big guy. So someone who's a lot more important than him
is going to come in afterwards.
Once he's got this deal set up and he knows that he has control of the underground and he knows no one's going to dare even look in the syndicate's direction, he steps back and becomes the lieutenant for whoever else is supposed to really run it.
Ah, okay.
Problem is he's being even more loud and obnoxious than most Orion Syndicate operatives are. Like he's straight up brutalizing people to get them to stop, which that works to a point, but it also encourages them to to rat you out because they just straight up don't like you. Sorry if you found me, dude. I'm not going to prison for you, man. I have no interest. You're a jerk, man.
We could not move on him and wait till the big guy shows up and be like, he cleared it so well that we found you. But that'd be your call, really, if you want me to grab this small group or try and hope that this big guy's coming anytime soon. Or knowing the Orion woman.
Well, you said you have time, right?
Well, everything's done and in place right now. All we need to do is keep tabs on anything they change.
See if you can determine when this higher-ranking authority might be moving in. If it's coming in, you said that an 8th person is coming, correct?
Yeah, we know them already. They're what was it? A lower-ranking thug.
Mind then. See if you can work out before this 8th person arrives whether or not this higher-ranking, what would the word be? Organizer would be coming in anytime soon. If so, I leave it to you and Wright's discretion as to what is the most secure stance to take on the station. After all, it's Wright's station.
All right.
I trust your judgment.
That's all on my end then, Captain. Fleet Captain.
Very good. I have to start making the preparations to meet with it. It's a Senate, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have to start making preparations to meet with the Senate. Senate.
Yeah, have fun with that.
How long it's going to be before... I was going to say, I got to wonder how long it's going to be before someone says, I am the Senate.
I had a meeting with a single Bajoran counselor, and that was fun enough for me, so...
God. GG. Very well. Kismet out.
All right. So, I pull you to the right one. It is that one, correct? Just gonna make sure I'm pulling you to the right map. Okay. Whoop.
So, there you go. I gave you something else to do in your free time.
Man, they've got a lot of... This seems to be a common feature in this section of space.
I think that's an asteroid belt.
I know. I'm saying it is a common feature so far.
Whatever.
Like in the sector with the Larira in it. And that planet, there was another one of these.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I remember that.
So, Fleet Captain Grenin, Captain Penn, and Lieutenant Commander Efrix, you three are aboard the Kismet and are in the Wudra system. The system that the capital's on is on Wudra 3. A quick preliminary scan that you'd be told. Jovian planet. You didn't see that thing. Jovian planet. Ice world. Rock world, as it were. And then Wudra 3 is the only inhabited system.
Very good.
And of course, the asteroid field here, which isn't particularly well armed or anything. There are some sensor buoys and stuff like that. It's meant to say, and there are some security measures, but it's not nearly as heavily armed as say the Chigoans would do. They don't need to really. What's not represented on the map? There is at least one battle cruiser in the system, and there's various civil traffic coming and going from the planet.
Very good. Helm, plot us a course through the field to Wudra 3.
Yes, sir.
And without too much effort, you're able to get into orbit of Wudra 3.
He has a battle map for this system. I'm scared.
Should be.
Actually, wait, I can pull one of these battles. I have one of the things. So there's one right there. And this one's just patrolling around, like it's doing the thing the home fleet would do back on Earth.
Would that be is that like a scale 5?
Scale 6 battle cruiser. Usually their battle cruisers are scale 6. They have smaller destroyer class ships, which are around scale 4 or 5. But most of the traffic is civil. It's a lot of small, like 3, 2, like small craft and slightly proper freighters moving around.
Good.
All three of you have a sense that you're being watched and observed.
Oh, is this a psychic sense?
It's just a feeling in the back of your head that someone's looking at you.
Well, they're not going to enjoy what they see.
Yeah, we're not all damaged at all.
No, I'm fine. What?
You speak for yourself, one of us can actually block what's going on in our mind.
Hey.
You're not there, shut up.
Oh,
Tinder's referring to me and the captain.
I thought you were being general here.
No, I'm talking
Nope.
to...
So, one thing you'll learn in Mudra 3 about it is that it is the world has a decent starbase in orbit where most of the ships are coming and going, where they have dilithium refueling reserves, maintenance, dry docks, and this has a shipyard that's mainly meant for small craft and trade craft here. You do notice now that you're inner system that Wudra 1 is where they have a naval base. So their DSE, as it were, a DSE. Their
Utopia Planitia?
not Utopia Planitia, but their Starbase 1, if you get what I mean. Like
Oh, their Earth Space Dock?
Yeah, is actually over Wudra 1. They don't have it over the capital world
Okay.
itself.
Actually, that kind of makes some sense. You could just send that. You could send that crashing into the planet and cause some real damage. Not that I would know.
The world that you're over is a desert world for the most part. No open or standing water, which means this world has very little agricultural development. Which
it's like Vulcan.
It also seems to have no industrial setup of any kind. And it doesn't seem to have any. So because it has no great industrial component, as an agricultural component, there's not a whole lot in this world that isn't just straight up government buildings and housing. Most of the people who live here, on a quick, and this is just a casual scan. Like you're being reported to by the scientists on the ship, going like, "Hey, just so you know, here's a quick report of what we found out." They have various small settlements and rocky formations that serve as more poor housing. So this isn't like a Gaia world or any grandiose planet, except for one city. Which is in geosynchronous orbit with the starport, and imagine a sprawling palace on a hill that it's as if someone built a grand palatial structure and then stuff to fuel that palace just built out and out and out. So there's a garrison house, there's a armory, there's a research center. And then there's housing for the researchers and the soldiers and government officials and landowners and stuff like that.
I see. Sounds like this place became the capital not for any particular utilitarian purpose, but just as a place to have the capital.
The one thing that and I'll say the architecture, it's hard to your culture anthropologists are having a hard time getting a read on these people because there seems to be a division of 3 different cultures, and the old city seems to be this they presume is part of this precursor civilization, which they know very little about, so they can't give you a whole lot of insight other than the materials they make are incredibly strong. Like they're having a hard time. They can't scan the palace, for example, the internals of the palace at all. They can't scan inside. Anything that's old city or which is on the hill, like top of the hill, and that area is. They doubt they could fire phasers from the ship and damage those buildings, or even fire torpedoes. Those buildings would stay standing while the rest was obliterated. But the other rest of the city is okay. It's Starfleet. It's Federation level, so it's nice materials and very quickly replicatable, and glasses and polysteels and fire resistant materials and stuff like that.
Oh,
and,
so there is precursor stuff down there?
Yeah, that's where that's where all the government structures are. Is the precursor palace and like the top of the hill is all precursor buildings.
Ah.
Then you see the other buildings that are a little more like it's more on the tech level that is. It's advanced, but it's not something Federation couldn't do with a bit of extra effort. Or in the next 5 years, you could probably build a building like a floating city. It's like not floating city, but like a floating building. And it's like, well, we could build that. It'd take us a bit, but we could do it. Or
Yeah, the theory is sound.
Yeah. So one thing that stands out is that at a nearby what I would call a spaceport on the ground, a low port, which is where small craft would go, like shuttles or diplomatic yachts, that sort of thing, would be able to land just outside the city. And it looks like there is like these 2 circles. There's the palace and its sprawl, and then there's the spaceport, which has a little mini settlement. It's almost like seeing a town right next to a metropolis. If you get what I'm going for here. The spaceport has a few things on it, but it seems to have stuff that indicates Quaqua technology and friendly signals. You actually get pinged by the consulate that's down there as they go, "Yep, we see you. We know who you are. We're just letting you know we're here."
Very good.
There is a Chico concerned consulate down there as well. There are 2 other alien species that seem to have like mini, like the Quaqua consulate is this big, impressive looking building. But their little protectorates have their own little embassies that are in the same sprawling compound as the Quaqua consulate. The concern looks less like a consulate and more like a business skyscraper, like an office building. But that's when you look through the directory, it's like that's what it is. It's where the Chico concern has a branch office.
Good. Very good.
The planet has a rather thin atmosphere, breathable without assistance, but imagine being in a high altitude and having to breathe that. It's breathable, but it's uncomfortable if you're not used to it. This planet has some millions of inhabitants, most of them living in the palace sprawl or in the spaceport township. Quick scans also indicate that the place has... it seems that a lot of people have sidearms or some sort of weaponry on them. But nothing that you can, nothing two-handed, mostly just single-hand weaponry. Not everyone has it, but that seems to be acceptable down there.
Very good.
And to reiterate, the tech level from beyond the palatial hill, like the top, is Federation-ish level.
Good. I follow. Then I think we should begin preparing our away team. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Pend?
Agreed. Maybe we should ask Leader Viatlas where we should land.
Very good. Capital sort of looks like this.
That's
I
pretty
can't.
Ooh, that's pretty. Wait, are you talking about Gervas?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Javat. Ask
Okay.
Javat where he would recommend us to visit or to land.
All right. I would like to call Gervat up to the bridge. Wait, no, that's a bad idea.
Do you
You're
want
learning.
Me to, do you want me to call him?
No. It's calling him up to the bridge is a bad idea.
Actually, he's more behind you. I should put him like over there. Whoop, he should be like-
Instead, Captain Gren is going to tap his comm badge and call down to his quarters.
What can I do for you, fleet captain?
Well, if you will look out your window, you will see that we have arrived in orbit of Wudra 3. We're preparing to disembark soon. I was just wondering if you had any suggestions as to where we should land, or perhaps more appropriately, if we should transport down.
If you wish to use our services, you may dock with the spaceport. And if you wish to transport down or take a shuttle down, I would advise going to the spaceport, the low port, where away from the city, and then secure transportation from there. If you have any government business, you are to attend to the palace. Sorry, he would say palace. You are to attend to Senate Hill and make yourself known to the appropriate officials.
Very good. Now about organizing for your transport.
I presume I'm going with you since you're going down there.
Very good. In which case, you can meet us in because we actually have 2 shuttle bays, don't we? Do we have 2 shuttle bays or just 1?
I believe
Just
we-
one. That's the standard usually.
Then we shall meet you in the shuttle bay.
Very well. I will inform my escort. And you hear him walking away from the panel and talking to someone outside his door. Like he didn't bother to kill his connection. Yes, take me to the shuttle bay aboard your ship, gentlemen. I believe your captain is going to escort me to the greatest planet in the galaxy. Yes. This way, please. And
I'll fight him for
your
that.
door close.
Captain taps his comm badge, which clicks off, and he says, "Greatest planet in the galaxy." Guy's clearly never been to Argelius 2.
Would you like me to get the Topren ready?
Very good, Pend. My only other thought is, Efrix, you will of course be joining us. Do you think we should bring anyone else down? I could imagine Lieutenant Abernathy might enjoy an opportunity to take a look at some precursor technology.
If you wish her to, then sure.
We'll bring Grace Abernathy with us as the dedicated red shirt for this mission.
I could see a few looks.
That wasn't in character, I would assume, but
That was not in character.
Oh, hey, you could be heartless. I don't know.
I mean, I think you know.
Do I?
I mean, look at the last NPC tried to get involved.
Captain's a bleeding heart.
Not yet. I haven't shot him.
Oh wow.
I can do that.
Jeez.
Anything else you gather with you for your away mission?
That is about all I can think of.
How many guards did he have with him? He brought his own as well, didn't he?
4.
So then
Yeah,
that's 4 and him. That's 5. So there are 9 of us.
Should
Yeah,
we bring Bonsab?
Hell yes.
Yeah, might as well.
Brosab.
I gotta make a tag for him. Oh, I'll worry about that later. He said forgetting to do that. It works better if you guys can see it. There you go.
Wait a second. Wait. Hold on. Do we not have Ilcio with us?
Oh, let me see where he's at.
Because if we do, we should bring him. He's Delton.
Yeah, so
He is
in
on
con-
Arcania.
Damn it. Okay. Because if we had him, he's a homeboy is psychic.
Yeah, remember what happened last time?
That was in response to Adler freaking out, though, wasn't it?
No, that was in response to me asking the other what happened because you weren't here for it. We were talking with the woohoo. I asked our fleet liaison, "Hey, are you getting anything from them?" Because I wanted to do the whole Troy thing of like, "What do you think, Troy?" And she's like, "I don't know, let me check." And she tried to reach out, and they psychic backhanded her so hard that you had to do surgery.
She basically almost died.
That was
I knew that part.
The brain reconstruction last week.
But yeah, that was because
I wasn't sure which psychic person that came from.
that came from the woohoo.
Okay.
The woohoo did that to her.
Woohoo.
So point taken. But yes, in that case, we'll just bring Bonsab.
Brosab.
So anything else you bring down, or any other resources?
I can't think of anything.
Maybe a data pad with stuff on the Federation.
Yeah, I mean, I assume I assume there's a standard Starfleet diplomatic package that I can procure.
For momentum, sure.
Yeah,
Federation fruit basket.
Federation fruit basket. Yes.
And it's actually a specially replicated pad that's meant for. It's like this. Even the pad itself is a gift. It's like you can just take this. That's yours.
Yeah, it's it's like when they give the what?
Mm.
Did you kick your disc?
No, I have a minor finger injury that I caught.
Ah,
Ow.
Ooh.
I'm alright.
Ooh, it always sucks when you like have an injury and then you hit it. Ooh. I know that feel.
Whew, I'm awake. Anyway.
In that case, other than our little diplomatic package, that'll do.
So are you guys docking the Kismet, or are you leaving it in orbit and just taking the T'Pren down?
I think we'll just take the T'Pren down.
As you fly... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
right? Just because we know they have a tendency to like say, "Oh, you're our ally. This is our ship now. Who are we leaving in charge?"
Thralic?
Oh, oh yeah, no, Vada wouldn't be on board because she's on the.
She's
Wait, is Vada on board?
No.
She's
no,
on the plank.
she's on the plank.
Right. Let me look and see who would actually be ranking. Yeah, Thralic probably. I'm just looking to see if we have anyone else who would possibly fill the role. Oh wait, Vux probably. Oh wait, no, she's on the Peltist.
Yep.
Then yeah, Thralic. Thralic, you have the con.
Rollick. What's
Just looking through all the NPCs. I love Max so much.
Where's Thralic?
She's under security.
Security. Oh, she Thralic.
Yes, she is Thralic.
Leave.
Okay.
So she's in temporary command.
You forget, as an admin, we can server mute him.
I'm the only one on this channel without any power.
No.
Well, and Myth.
Wait, what?
Myth's not here right now.
Oh.
Runabout 2 Electric Boogaloo?
You finally found it.
I was just glancing over, I was like, what the hell's that?
We haven't got our replacement runabout yet.
Two.
I've just had it named Runabout 2 Electric Boogaloo this entire time.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
Oh my
2
God.
months.
Oh my god!
So you take the shuttle down so I can kill you all.
I'm so pleased with myself right now.
I mean,
So-
we've got the best pilot.
Now we're in the phase
yeah.
where you're as you get to the capital and the starport, we're now talking on since you've come here for a large-scale diplomatic meeting between powers, and you're meeting with the Senate. You have a certain amount of time before the consuls of the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds call a vote on whether to do a certain thing or another. And eventually, after a certain amount of days, the consuls can't just stay on planet forever. They have other things to do. And the Senate can't have a big power-to-power meeting without both consuls present. They basically have 2 consuls, 2 heads of government, and then there's the Senate, sort of in a Roman setup, if you get what I mean, with various ranked senators in their ranks. So their Senate meets on occasion for various minor internal matters that don't, and sometimes they don't even consult the Senate. They just they have a committee and they just do it. But if it's a big thing, there's a big meeting hall, and that's what the Minette captain helped arrange for you. Is that the consuls are going to be here and they're going to sit, and that when they do that, they kind of pause a lot of their military action because they kind of have to wait to see and they try to gather every senator they can. Some of the people that are going to be there are going to be on planet. Most of them would prefer that because that means they can psychically sense each other. Others will be digitally, like across subspace, talking at the Senate Hall. So basically, this is the one time where it's not the quorum requires everybody. If they are able to contact them in any form, they must be here because the consuls are here.
One time when being completely guileless is maybe a good thing, because they can be like, "You're lying." Nope, don't do that.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
So I'm guessing while everyone else is going, we're the Federation, we're friends, I'm pretty much going to have to go, look, just apologise to them. You don't even have to mean it.
I mean, honestly, when governments do apologize, do they ever really?
Plus, it makes you seem
Not
like
really.
the big guy.
Yeah, you're the bigger planet
You're the bigger person for apologizing.
Plus, it
You're
never
the
has
bigger
having
interstellar power.
friends.
Yeah, you're just appeasing these lesser beings.
So, like I said, I can play to that while everyone else is going, we're Federation, we're good, with thumbs up.
To go find me a doctor. I need to go make friends.
Well, it's possible that certain members of the Senate may be slightly ill and, oh look, we have a doctor available. Huzzah!
Trust me over one of their own doctors. Absolutely not.
We will help you out
Unless
of
they
good
are
faith.
unless they are a risk taker.
I'm back. Ow.
Oh my god, I've got it. Oh, I've got
I
it.
think we're the GM.
We need to name this next shuttlecraft after a Denobulan poet, a love poet who writes about, like, their poems are aimed at like 5 different people.
So a polyamorous romantic Denobulan poet.
Well, I mean that goes without saying because that's like the Denobulan culture.
Denobulan standard, yeah.
I mean, it's,
No offense, Efrix.
it's basically what Grenham dreams of being.
I
So
21 I have 21 siblings. There's no offense there.
So
you
That's
basically
Efrix, not me, the person I don't have. I'm an only child.
So this is just a
Just to
power fantasy for
clarify.
you.
oh no. So anywho, where were we?
So you basically have what amounts to 34 days, or what will amount to 17 intervals.
Ooh.
Because a lot of it's going to be finding the person to meet, or doing this thing. Any you actually do on this planet will take some time to do, if you want it done right.
Neat.
You can spend momentum to speed things up if you after a roll. But the next thing you do will be at an additional complication because you rushed a bit. So you might have skipped a certain nicety here or there to try to get things done faster. But basically, you have 34 days to convince. If you want to convince the consuls of things, which is ultimately what you're trying to do. I mean, everyone's going to vote, but the consuls have a ton of influence, and they could veto stuff. So if the consuls 100, if the consuls don't like it and the vote's not big enough, if it's like, oh, it's just 50% plus 1, they're gonna be like, veto. I don't like that idea. Like if either of them don't like it, it's done. If enough people like it, even the consuls don't like it, well, they're not gonna fight the Senate over it because that could turn into a problem for them. And you know this just from Starfleet, classes poli-sci with basic government structures like this. That's basically
Yeah. I mean,
unless,
senatorial structures is poli-sci 101.
yeah, and that's something all of you would, because all of you have a command of 1 or higher. So it's like, yeah, we got that class. How to deal with foreign governments. Okay, well, here's what different governments are. So yes. Now each of you basically have those 17 intervals, but you might want, if anyone's assisting, they are spending their intervals with you.
Well,
So you guys can spread out across the city, but keep in mind if anything goes sideways during your roll, if no
You're
one's
on your
assisting
own.
you with it, you're on your own. You're somewhere in the city talking to somebody, or you're in the street somewhere. Unless you're sticking together all the time, which you can, which means you can all, and that's what the limit of assist is. You can assist, all of you can assist somebody with these rolls, because each of these intervals are like 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of, it's like, yeah, we could easily help each other. It's like, yeah, but if you want to cover more ground, you have to split up. Problem is, if you split up, you're tactically in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
This planet, by the way, you are allowed to have you would be informed at Starport, you are allowed to have Type 2 phasers with you. You're not allowed, rifles are illegal. You cannot have them anywhere. The only people allowed anything bigger than a Type 2 phaser or energy weapon is the
Military. Yeah, sounds about right.
And they don't scan you. It is perfectly acceptable here to read your mind, for military purposes.
Okay.
What about civilian purposes? Is that
A store runner is not supposed. So a store runner will try to see if will try to get an advantage, like certain more betazoidy. It's
Right.
impolite to dive, but if you're shouting in your head what you're feeling, they'll feel it.
okay?
Which in your crazy grinding, you're not. You've actually trained to kind of not be outputting that. The only person,
Like singing at the top of her lungs to everybody that'll listen.
Oh,
What song is Grennan singing in his head?
Granted,
sunshine, lollipops, and
It's the Goofy
rainbows.
Goober song.
See, I thought
I'm a goofy goober, yeah.
see,
We're all goofy.
for me, I thought it would be Grennan just going, "Pen, stop hitting me."
Oh. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
Rick rolls off whole planet.
God.
God,
Anyways,
earworms on a telepathic planet must be horrible because they're infectious.
Corbinian, no.
Corbidian, yes.
That is the wrong answer. That is the
Does have a 10-year-old kid.
that is objectively the wrong answer. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I think
Mushroom.
mushroom. Nay.
So
Nay.
what are you crazy people doing?
I'm trying.
Well, I'm going to separate from the group.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go seek out other,
New life and new
other
civilizations?
physicians.
Oh.
I mean, yes.
I'll bring Bonsab with me to make contact, and maybe Grace can go off on her own to see what she can scrounge up about the precursor tech. I'm sure they must at least have like a museum.
Yes. They have. There's actually 3 different museums in this area.
My God, how detailed is this goddamn planet?
You're about
Well,
to
there's
find
the
out.
there's the palatial one, there's the sprawl one, and then there's one at the spaceport.
Well, there you go. So,
who wishes to take a crack at their tasks first?
I can if no one's in a rush.
I'm in a huge rush, but go ahead, take your time.
Go for it.
I would like to seek out any of the more militaristic members of the Senate and ruling body.
Insight or reason plus command, difficulty of 2.
Take a threat.
Sure. Oh, and for the purposes of talents and such, or any abilities, you're in essence in the midst of a social combat. It's just they're not shooting at you first. You're the one that wanted them to be here. They're
Could I get away with team dynamics because I'm trying to specifically set something up for our team in the long run?
at complications, since you're not in you're in contact with them, I'll actually give it to you flat because you have a chance to kind of coordinate, like, hey, who do you want me to talk to? Don't assist me with this, just real quick. Who would you want to talk to?
yep.
Okay. So yes, you are able to you're able to identify the various senior and junior and newly minted senators who are in relation on committees in relation to the military, both the Star Navy and the ground force, the ground Marines. Sorry, there'd be There's like 4 factions. Sorry. There's, which you would learn this now. There's the Navy. There is the Marines, so ship-to-ship fighters, which is a different division. Think Mako. Then there's your ground force army, and then there's your scout force. Scouts aren't really militaristic per se. They don't get into fights very often. They're the ones that kind of go out with like a small Type 3, Type 2 craft and kind of look around to see what's near them, and then do a quick scan and then run like hell to tell the Navy what they learned, or the government, or whoever hired them.
Is it possible with the bonus momentum that this would include also some of the recently retired members of the military that serve on the council and the senate?
Yeah, you could get that. You can get those names. Actually, I won't even charge you for that. You probably have gotten that as part of your search. Because the people who would be on those committees are people who either served, or usually are people who served in those branches of the society.
Then could I create the advantage of having enough bottles of Zirconian ale?
I've got enough alcohol for this.
I mean, I'm so far the only one in the Federation who knows what it is.
Wait, Zirconian ale?
That stuff Pen drinks is Zirconian ale.
The crystal. How do they make ale?
Fermented wheat and grapes and stuff. That's how ale's made.
Yes, but their entire planet is made of crystal.
You're thinking too hard on that one, bud.
But what do they ferment?
So with that, we'll move
Organic
on to
matter.
Everyone's basically going to get their 2 intervals, unless you're going to spend to get an extra interval there penned, but you're going to get 2 intervals before we cut back to the station to see what happened to their investigation.
No, so, like I said, apart from maybe having enough bottles of Zirconian ale with a advantage, like spend 2, that's about it for the
Yeah,
night
2
interval.
momentum. Or... Yep. So, what I'll do is... I'll do this way.
Out of all of us, Pen's the more militaristic, and sometimes it doesn't harm with a showing off your skills and having a good drink, telling tales with the military. Plus, if they find a very strong drink, they can brag about what they've been doing.
There. All right. Who's next?
I think
rules clarification. That will give you an advantage on if you're talking with them, because you'll have nice drinks to share with them.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
drunks. So I think Grennan is gonna want to bring Bonsab, and I think we just want to touch base with. Let me think. I mean, we need to touch base with someone in the government. I mean, what government bodies are there that we should reach out to? Because I know there's the Senate, but I mean, what else is there?
The Senate is the government. No. Actually, it is. No, I joke about that. But there's the Senate, and the Senate is broke up into various committees that cover the various aspects of society. And there's the newly minted, the junior, and the senior senators. And then there's consuls and former consuls who are just they're senior senators who managed to be consul for a bit, and then they're back on the Senate again. And they cover and they have senators for many senators are from this planet, and they just live and work here all the time. The rest are representatives of the various worlds across the illuminated worlds. So there are quite a few. There are a lot of senators that have been summoned here.
Is there something like a Senate Majority Leader type thing? Is there someone whose job it is to like they don't have any more or less authority, I guess. But
I think I know what you're aiming at.
you know, I'm angling at someone who it would make sense for a visiting diplomat to reach out to first.
Insight or reason plus command difficulty 2.
Is this part of the test? Will this take time?
Oh
Or
yeah,
is it
because you're doing research and finding out. Well, this guy is senior most in this scenario, but if you want to talk to this guy, it's like, oh my god, who's your guy?
law or diplomacy?
Law would actually apply the best here.
Would Bonsab assist?
Yep.
Okay. Who wants to pick him up? Varder?
Oh, sure. I'll crack a brosab.
Command. Nice.
Maybe social combat or etiquette would be a good focus.
I mean, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I just clicked a thing.
I mean,
12.
that's 4 momentum.
So you are able to learn that it is the person. There are. Make sure I'm getting this right in my head. There are 2 people you could talk to that would matter. 3 if you want to be particularly precocious. The precocious one, just so you know, is they have 2 consuls, the 2 executive or heads of the government. Getting a meeting with one of them and introducing yourself, it's a bit precocious because it implies that you're that important that you get to meet with the leaders of the entire illuminated worlds.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get that meeting, that'd be great. The more common meetings that most people do is either the senior most senator who also served as a consul, and that's just because they're that senior most prestigious senator who may not have a particular role in dealing with aliens, but they're important enough on the Senate that if you introduce yourself to them, they can get you meetings with everybody else because they're the most important senator, but besides the consuls. And you're allowed, and it wouldn't be unbecoming for you to approach them. It's not even considered precocious. That's being considered political. That's a political maneuver.
Okay.
Then there's the third option, the safest of them is the Committee on Xenocultural and Commercial Affairs. And whoever and the committee leader of that committee is the one that day to day is the one that will be talking to the Federation, your Federation counterpart that does commerce and xeno relations. So they'd be the ones doing diplomats and trade and all that. They're the person, and that's the one most aliens are told. That's who you see. But over the 2 days and between you and Bonsab, it's like, oh, there's actually 2 other people they're not telling us. But we figured it out because we know how this government works.
So here's my thought. How much momentum do we have?
3 bonus.
3 bonus? Okay, here's my plan. 1 momentum to cut the time.
Okay.
And 2 momentum to cut the complication of dealing with this person.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yep.
I mean, you probably could have got it for 1 if you asked nicely, but
No. But that's my plan.
Okay, so what are you doing with your other interval?
I'm going to talk to this senior senator who used to be a consul.
All right. If you want it to not run into the next scene, to put it that way, it'll cost you 1 momentum. Won't create a complication now, but it might create a complication down the line.
Right. Okay. So, yes, I will do that.
Okay, so you'll spend 1 now just to have that, just so you know you don't have to worry about that. You know you have the time.
That's fine.
Yep, and even with the rushing around, your bonus is represented by Bonsab going, well, I actually know who to talk to. The cut, like, no, I've worked with governments like this. I know who I'm supposed to talk to. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the reports, Captain. You make your own decisions on who you think you want to talk to, because he doesn't know who you wanted to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
I need the thing. Oh, right, buried. I really should dig that back out again. Anyway. So be this color. No. Come back here. Oh wait, you can't see that. Friggin'. Oh, how was it? That works. And this person is computer. Work with me here. Thank you. This person is Senator. Oh, you need to be able to see them. That helps. Hold on. Boop. So you are brought to the home of Senator Detz Pretzber. He was the consul and he was one of the two consuls from the last administration, who is now the senior most senator of the Senate. His home is in the palatial area, where the precursor civilization buildings are, and he lives in in a 2-story mansion of sorts with various artworks and from across the illuminated worlds. You do see along the way some bits of Federation culture. So there's but it's not a ton. There's like 1 or 2 things, like a Vulcan lute, for example, a Denobulan glass, a human baseball, that sort of thing. Little artifact.
Baseball.
When you meet with the senator, he is.
Cisco would like to know your location.
When you meet him, he's in a nice, warm. Actually, sorry, take that back. It's a rather cool lounge. In that cool is in AC. Well, more like a study. Various pads and books and such on a wall. A room environmental control unit with a manual control setting that he can get at himself without asking someone else to do it. You can just manually type it in. You see you're actually seeing more in here. You're seeing more things akin to the region. So Quaqua, what appears to be Quaqua sword. You see there's a few broken rifles that they have. You see some Chigoan textbooks on commerce and other such books from other species you're not familiar with. They're from the region, you presume, from the proximity to everything else, but you don't know what those are. That looks like a book. That looks like a medallion. Who knows?
Yeah.
There are 3 chairs in the room. He's seated at one. He himself is white of hair. Looks like a very old man. Human-wise, you'd guess him somewhere in the 80s to 90s. He's dressed in a long black robe but he's wearing like a gold, like shimmering gold sash that hangs off the back of his neck, almost like a scarf that hangs and drapes over his body, which that indicates him as someone who was a consul but isn't anymore.
Mhm.
And he gets to wear that for life. He was a consul.
Right.
He is forever remembered as he was a consul, and he's always respected for that.
Yeah. Senator?
Peace upon you, Federation. I've been told you wish to speak with me. Who are you, and why should I care?
Indeed. My name is Fleet Captain Harmon Grennan. I represent I represent the United Federation of Planets. We have come to make diplomatic overtures while the Senate is currently in session, and I felt it prudent to introduce myself and my diplomatic attaché sooner rather than later.
And whom is this attaché of yours?
This is Bedris Bonsab.
He nods to him. Bedris nods back. You have introduced yourself. If you have nothing else, you may leave.
Woof.
Woof. Yeah, Wolf is right. Trying to think of what else I can do here. Because what else is there to say
He
to
just
him?
kind of shut you down.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I will. He used to be a consul. People who are in that kind of a position love talking shop, which is to say, politics. More specifically, their own. Actually, I was wondering if you could perhaps elucidate me a bit on the workings of the Senate. Someone who has had such a long and prosperous political career such as yours must be full of wisdom on the workings of the Senate.
You wish me to give you a lesson in civics.
Well, not insofar. I know plenty on the principles of civics and diplomacy, and the theory behind your Senate is most certainly sound. But behind every government, there are the little intricacies that only someone who has spent a lifetime in service of it could know.
Presence command opposed.
Yep, here we go. I tried going the flattering route.
Yeah, that's why I'm having you roll it opposed. He's not the first. You're not the first person to try to flatter him into doing a favor.
Would
Yeah.
Bonsab assist?
He can.
Presence
He doesn't have
command.
to, but he should.
Presence command, you say?
Yeah.
Spend a momentum.
I was gonna say 3 momentum. And I'm just trying to look at my stuff.
It's on your sheet.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm very helpful.
So helpful.
I am, aren't I?
He tries.
Diplomacy?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Here we go.
He gets a free D20 because he's negotiating about his government.
This guy is constructed to be Grennan's foil.
So it doesn't
gonna roll
violate
Vada?
his values.
Oh, right, yes, I am Bonsab. Haha.
His focus as a king.
Gotta check your focuses.
Etiquette, social combat.
Social combat, probably.
I mean, etiquette for being flattering as well.
Oh, that's true.
I take etiquette.
Look at me
You
go.
mean presence? Wasn't that presence command, not insight?
Oh,
It is
whatever.
him.
Oh, wait, never mind. That is a fail then. Ha!
I was gonna say it might actually.
Oh, well. He does have a determination if you want him to try to reroll it.
We'll see. Whew, okay, we won.
Hey, Captain, you can roll for me 7 challenge dice.
That was a clinchy moment.
Yeah, and because this is, I assume, a social combat.
Oh, yeah.
I have the thing that lets me ignore resistance, I think. Because cold reading.
Let me check cold reading. I had something like that. It's been a while.
Yeah, I only brought this up like last week.
I don't memorize this stuff. What do you think I am, the GM of the game?
Scrutinize 1.
And scrutinize, I think, is a resistance penetrator.
Perfect. Yep.
Yep.
And
And
it's per delta.
Yep.
Effect.
And I also have a bonus momentum for obtain information
Okay.
for cold reading. Ah,
Very good.
great.
That's base without you modifying it. So, because your resistance, your scrutinize is based on how many effects you get. One resist because you're dealing with a alien culture, another one because he's very high ranking, so he's actually very hard to influence. Normally, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 beats his and bolsters.
Yeah.
But you know what, Gene? You didn't complicate this time.
Yeah.
Improvement.
He will with that he will be an advantage in that he's giving you a he's illuminated you on the Woohoo Senate rules, and
I'm sorry.
He illuminated me.
How
Hey,
long were
that's-
you waiting to use that joke, GM?
Oh, that's everything. They're all about illumination. I mean,
You
they're
made me
the
choke on my
unwise.
tea.
The humans of Earth are the unilluminated ones. We're the illuminated ones.
Yeah. Sure.
Does he like Brennan's moxie?
He appreciates his flattery and his and actually when he starts like going into some of the civics he tries to explain, Grennan actually and Bonsat together start bringing up like, oh no, we're familiar with that concept of civics. You don't have to waste your time explaining that to us. Oh, you're educated. Okay, cool. I don't have to wait. Great.
Right, yeah, that was the thing Brennan was saying. Is like, yes, we know civics, but in any given government, there will be some things that only someone who spent a lifetime could know. What are those things that only someone who spent a lifetime could know?
So you get an education by the senator regarding those efforts as he spends the rest of the day telling you about how it works, when your mind's read, when it isn't.
So, I mean,
one big thing that you learn from this is that it is very common. It's frowned upon, but he tells you the truth of it is whenever you're at Senate, you're supposed to speak out loud because some people watch the Senate meetings. A lot of people do from across subspace. So they say stuff aloud so people farther away
C-SPAN.
who aren't psychic
C-SPAN?
can participate. Psychics,
I-SPAN.
particularly
I-SPAN for illuminated span.
particularly powerful psychics can try to link with their minds and try to listen that way. It's just very difficult. So it's better just to watch it. But whatever. The thing is, you're supposed to say everything aloud, but really what happens, people tend to look at each other and very quickly shoot messages to each other. And so without ever getting up and leaving the room, like you might see our modern day governors and senators and whatnot, get up and chat in a side room or something, or I like a recess to talk about something. That never happens. When the Senate sits, they are there for the duration, and they have like little mini conferences among each other, and that's a artifact of the fact that they're trying not to get up and delay the Senate meeting. They want to get as much done as possible. So it's a rule that you're not supposed to do it. And if there's anything that the public should know, you really should say it out loud. But if you're just doing quick strategizing, we let you do that. You're not supposed to, but no one's ever enforced that rule. So there's going to be a lot of meaningful looks that you're not going to hear, which among the senators, they might if they tried hard enough.
I see. I have a question that I can ask.
For a momentum, sure.
Well,
wait,
I get one.
Read. Yep.
Cold read. So, any suggestions, guys, on what I should ask?
No.
Maybe is there anyone he pings as like a particularly like problematic senator? Like
Yeah,
anybody
are,
that,
are,
like when he
are there
talked
are there
about
any are there any
yeah.
senators who are particularly uh xeno or that are particularly xenophobic slash human phobic?
Well, they're
Well,
I wasn't so much that. It's just I don't know what his particular politics are. Do we get a feel for like what
ooh,
his
that's a good
politics
one.
are
What are this
versus
guy's politics?
like the opposing side of
Actually,
it?
that's a good one. What is this guy's politics?
To answer that question, he is a what Earth would call a classic conservative. If things are working, don't do anything new. Very slow to change, incremental changes. But doesn't like introducing a new idea unless there's something blatantly wrong.
Mhm.
So he's big on stability. If it's a war, he'd rather it was a war preserving the illuminated worlds rather than trying to expand it or retaliate or preemptive strike. It's like, no, unless it's a blatant flashing light danger. He's like, don't bother. We have other things to worry about.
Well, so he might
What's
actually
the
be useful.
procedure for a appeal? Like
Okay.
if an edict.
Well, he
is
only
struck
gets one question.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I get one
down- I
free
just want to ask
question,
more.
which I
There's always
asked.
momentum.
So I'm fine with that answer. That is information that I can use.
And G and the GM, I'll explain it to you afterward. Shoot me that message later there because you'll want to know that about these guys.
Me?
No. Our lurker.
Ah, right. Okay.
You're no longer
You'll
a
want to
GM.
know that.
All right.
Um,
I'm not a GM anymore.
Any other momentum or threat spends for extra questions regarding the education from Senator Prettiber?
You guys have any thought? I think that's good.
I mean, you could ask the question that Tarsh was thrown out there, but
I think I'm good. I think I want to preserve momentum for you guys.
okay.
Okay. So so Grannon is down to 15. Efrix or Grace?
Well, you guys are doing the next thing. I'm gonna step away for a sec.
Sure.
The question here becomes like, do I approach the like head of science and medicine, like those like committee senators, or do I find a scientist or a doctor and start at that level?
I mean, you could go along the same lines of, or you could do that, or the same lines like I did, and
where
reach
I
out to
look for a doctor that has become a senator.
Yes, like see if there's any senators or consuls who have medical training or backgrounds, or have a specific interest in something medical related.
Mm-hmm.
Like a certain family member may have a disease and couldn't harm to have a fresh set of eyes.
So what do you wish to do, Doctor?
I think I want to look for a senator or a former consul, either one that has in the past had medical experience, either as a doctor or as a like pharmaceutical scientist or something like that.
I'll actually give that to you for one momentum or one threat. That's fairly easy information to get.
I think momentum. I want to keep the threat down.
There are 12 different senators who have medical backgrounds or serve
Okay.
or currently serve on a medical committee.
Mm.
All 12 of them are on medical committees. But there's
Committees,
some who
yeah.
aren't doctors, but they're like, no, I've been part of a medical committee for long enough. That's like, I know how medicine works. I have to. It's part of my job.
Well, to a certain extent.
To a certain extent, yeah.
Yeah. Are there any that are like this might be a harder thing to find out. Are there any that are like specifically interested in like xenomedicine? I guess like foreign medicine. I don't know.
I think I know what you mean.
Like medicine not of the woo-woo.
Xenomedicine, really.
Yeah.
Reason, insight plus command or medicine. Difficulty of 2.
Oh, that's stress. I was like, what are those? What are those? It's like, why is my reason a 9? Oh my god. I think I'm probably gonna go reason medicine. Counseling?
At complication.
Okay, I didn't think so. Spend 1 for cautious. First one. I don't know why it went twice.
Oh, it's on the map layer, that's why. Isn't it? I'll fix that later. Oh, the first one, yeah. So 2 momentum generated.
Yeah.
You discover that there is one in particular that is not only interested but considered the expert on xeno medicine.
Okay. Is he currently a doctor? Is he retired?
Currently a doctor.
Okay.
Let me get you a name here. Senator.
I'd be considering that I might be the evil genius behind a psychically spread disease. I'd know a lot more about psychic medicine.
Plus, you are / were the lead researcher on a psychic race.
Yeah.
You've learned the name of one Senator Tillib C. Medical doctorate. He is considered they're considered the xenomedicine expert in Woohoo. They are the most illuminated in that regard.
Okay. Is it possible to get a audience with this person?
You can. You can either have that as your next interval expenditure, or you can try to rush and get a meeting as soon as possible.
I don't think I want to rush with this guy. I want him to like me.
So, and I'll put that name in there so it's not lost. And what are we getting Grace Abernathy to do?
I think he wanted Grace to go to all them different museums. So, is there any senators or consuls who have an interest in archaeology or history?
Nearly all of them.
Like precursor specific.
Yeah, it's not that many. And all of them are interested in stuff, but how many are interested in precursor?
All of them.
So at least 75 of them are into precursor culture and history and technologies.
Is there somebody that's like, is there a committee that is like preservation, or somebody that is like a head of a preservation society?
That will require a roll from Grace to figure out. That is because you want to
Just
narrow that.
ideas.
Ooh, there's also a good alternate role for her.
Hmm.
Considering so many people are interested in archaeology, would she be able to, over her visits to the museums, offer alternative insights on different finds that may intrigue them?
To what end?
Like, so, if we find a sarcophagus, and we know for a fact that this is a sarcophagus, it contains a body and so forth. Maybe someone from a different species would think slightly different, and that's interesting.
This is like in an attempt to intrigue someone to want to approach her on the matter.
So like she's offering different insights on stuff they already have opinions on to gain their attention. Like, oh, on this planet they would have viewed this slightly differently. On another planet, it would have meant.
So that second regard would be a presence science role. It'd be opposed with the person who would be the most helpful to you, because they may just happen to straight up know what she's talking about before she talks about it. It's like, oh, well, that's just boring. I don't want to talk about it. But she's trying to explain. She's trying to have an insight and try to explain something that's actually particularly very insightful and very interesting, while still backed by science and her understanding of archaeology and anthropology and so forth. The other check is for finding a particular committee member of a relevant council.
So which one do you reckon we should do? They're both relative the same scores. It's just the
Yeah.
How the introduction happens, whether that you have to seek them out or they seek you out.
I reckon being sought out is probably, you kind of got the edge. They want something from you already.
You've intrigued them enough for them to want to talk to you. That's pretty impressive.
So we're going for the present science, correct?
Yeah, the opposed. Does she have a value?
Maybe research or galactic history, considering she's quoting different things from different planets.
I'd take galactic history.
I'm thinking maybe spend free momentum. Would anyone have any against that? No, she doesn't have cautious or bold.
Okay.
But
I'm good with it.
She does have a determination in case it goes horribly wrong.
Okay. We don't really want her to be a red shirt.
Yet.
In this opposed role, this person's considered to have one free success. Consider they are a legend in the understanding of the galaxy in general. But they aren't going to spend any terrible resources. They're just going to I don't need to try very hard. I might just know this off the top of my head. Whew. Effectively 3 hits.
Well, we win.
Done something in a way that they haven't thought of before.
As she goes to the various, as Lieutenant Grace goes to the various, Lieutenant Abernathy, I should say, goes to the various museums and starts positing aloud to nearby people or to the people attending the various facilities. And to give you an idea, because she'd be able to report this later, the Starport one is tourist trappy museum, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Very basic stuff. Here's a cutesy little pamphlet. You can buy a T-shirt. Here's some rather somewhat spectacular, but honestly very cheap things that if you break it, we're not going to lose our head up at it. Or this isn't a real thing, this is just a replica, because we're not bringing up the real thing to some Starport museum. Why would we do that? But there's still some insights into what they consider disposable culture. That's a rude way to put it, but that's a little on the nose. Then you go into the city sprawl. That one's a bit more serious. Like there's actually, it's a place where people actually go to. The Starport's for like visitors, for off-worlders, or people who are even, or some people who come to this planet. They're not from Wudra, but they're like, well, I always wanted to visit Wudra 3, and I just want to pop into a quick little museum, and there's some local stuff. And the second one, it's a little more serious. There's actually like, she actually Grace had to pay a few Federation credits to get in. There's only some, and it's like families will go there to look at things from various worlds and planets. This museum is a lot more dedicated to things, more detailed history and serious academic study of the Woohoo, the precursor civilization, the Chigoans, the Quaqua, and humanity of Terra, or sorry, I would say Terra, humanity of Sol, the Zulumani. And various artifacts they have about them and talking about what they're like and what they understand about them. And she actually sees there's actually some Federation, like here's a version of the Federation flag. Here's what one of the phasers look like. Here's a tricorder that they've used across different time periods. Like one thing she discovers just walking around there is that they have actually a pretty good understanding of Federation. Like this looks like a Federation museum about the Federation as a whole, mostly focused on humanity, less the other species and humanity's contribution to the Federation. The Council Hill, the Senate Hill Museum, where the precursor one is, has a lot more stuff to do with the precursor civilization is, as was said before, this is just confirming it, that they are similar to the precursors that humanity, that Captain Picard found some years ago, that ties various species together as a sort of common ancestry. They have a lot more understanding of the species. There's a lot more artifacts which detail the culture, what they're like. They were incredibly advanced, approaching singularity type culture, if not having achieved it. But this museum is a lot more about, whereas the other places are like history museums or culture museums or art museums or even pop museums, this one is a lot more archaeological and speculative. Here's an artifact we found at this place on the planet. It was found during this time period. It is made of these materials. It has been studied by such and such and such and such and is of interest to these various universities. And that's it. Like, it's like, we don't know what this is. It's a piece of metal we don't know. But we think it's neat and it's old. Or here's a body that we think might be one of them. We don't know a whole lot, that sort of thing. But after all that, Grace is able to get the attention of the curator of culture for the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds. Not a senator, though, I will say that. They don't actually serve on the Senate.
But they're probably influential regardless.
Yeah. What's your name?
I bet you're loving making up all these names on the spot.
I have a thing I'm pulling from, and I have to be careful what their status is because their names mean different things. I'm trying to figure out who's who. How important this person? They're not that important. I have the wrong name. It's the wrong name. It's this person. Delahipper, or curator of culture, which she learns is she's actually been summoned to meet with the curator of culture in one of the offices of the Senate House at her earliest convenience.
Oh, I think she'll probably go to visit him. Them.
And with that, we cut back to the station. Uh-oh. I scared off the captain.
That's
Quite-
easy to do.
He's quite flighty.
Whoops. Ah, shoot. I didn't know where I was going before I clicked it.
I mean, we've already got a captain here, so we should be fine.
Whoop. A new scene. I should record that the intervals got spent by Grace, so I don't forget that.
I tried typing something in the Kismet chat and Discord just died.
Oh,
Captain Hagen.
Hello. Yes.
What is that voice?
it's amazing.
The SS Yandy is on approach to Deep Space Arcania. You have aboard your goods and your passenger. Anything special you do as you're on approach to the system?
I suppose I'll scan the area, make sure that no one's here that ain't supposed to be here.
Preliminary scans indicate the Shoshku system. You can detect the USS Peltus is docked with DSE, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Its shields probably aren't up right now because it's docked. DSE seems to be at green status. It seems to be fine. There are some civil ships coming and going from the station. On the station, you do detect a small wing beyond the shuttles that are already aboard the station. There is a small wing of alien craft logged in the computer as 6 free security fighters, which is something that comes from the new sector further on. Basically, one seat, singles, one scale fighters with what appears to be a Klingon scale 2 fighter craft, attack craft, which seem to be in the directory of the station indicates that they are supposed to be they're in a controlled area under the license authority of pilot Alec Sexka. I can't say his name. These names are hard, guys.
Essentially mercenary patrol craft.
Yep, and they're logged as a freelance security force, licensed by the station. Elsewhere in the system, there are no other hostile craft in the area.
Very well. What's our ETA? A couple hours? Or
Well, you're basically at where you are in this square here. You're considered extreme range to all things in the system, so you're fairly close. You're at the edge of the system, but you're not actually in the system yet. They could probably see you from where you are.
okay. Well,
I
I'm
could shoot him
probably
from where I'm
talk to my. I mean, you probably could shoot me, and there's very little I could do to stop that. But
Just saying, I've done it before.
Don't shoot
I'm going to. Yeah, I'll just go to my guest's quarters and knock on his door and let him know that we're on course to Deep Space Arcania. We should be there within the hour.
Ah, yes, very good indeed. He reaches into his coat and hands you 2 strips of latinum.
Very well. I'll thank you for your patronage. And we'll get you there within the hour.
You actually gain 2 momentum as a group.
Interesting.
I'd
Then
like
I'll
to
head to
ask
the
you
bit.
something, Captain, if I could. I mean, I know you're busy, but I would like to take your ear for a second.
I have a few moments.
So, I'm going to the station about a meeting, and I'd really appreciate it if I could. Well, you seem an enterprising sort, and one who understands the value of Latinum. I think you and I could introduce you to a friend of mine who could give you some new business opportunities that could maybe give you a larger ship. Down the line.
What kind of business opportunities?
Import, export, shipping, that sort of thing, but for much more demanding clientele with stricter timelines, but they pay far better than even I do. But if you're happy to ship clothes and foodstuffs in this bit of rim, then that's your business. Just thought I'd give you the opportunity, since you did get me here after all.
I suppose there's no harm in at least meeting them. If I don't like them, I'll still have the opportunity to turn them down politely.
Of course.
Can I do an empath check?
Oh, totally.
No harm in meeting them. Me looking at the name Giller the Brute.
Insight plus security, difficulty of 1.
Uh, focus on xenopsychology or improvising.
Xenopsychology.
Arguably, whenever you take Xeno something, you get your home one as well. That's the way I've ruled it.
It's just like Xeno. Ooh, I've not heard it called that.
I mean, it's more-
Xenopsychology.
It's accurate if that's your specialty. It's like, well,
Yeah.
I don't study my species. I specialize in species not my own, but I'm pretty good at my own as well. Why? I need a baseline.
Yeah.
I mean, and yeah, it seems like xenopsychology would be a special, a
I
specialty
found it
within
surprising, that was all.
psychology. All right,
Well, you're not allowed to be surprised. Who said you could do that? I didn't give you permission to do that. Do you
you're
have a
an
talent for that?
intelligence officer. You should be the last person to be surprised.
Have your character file. Pull it
Anyways,
up.
focus yes or no.
Yes.
Yes. I'll. And what's the difficulty?
1.
1. I'm feeling cocky. I'll just do into the 2 dice.
Well, you got it. There's no harm to him if you do it. You do get the feeling that he is amused by what you said, and he is not lying, but it's like someone tittered behind their hand. No, everything's fine.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna keep a straight face and go, very well then. And let me know when this meeting happens, and I'll make sure you get to it.
Well, I was thinking if you dock along, we can meet at the airlock, and we could walk together. Because I'm supposed to meet him as soon as possible. He's expecting me.
Oh, it's gonna take me at least an hour or two to offload the cargo I have.
Oh, you have people for that. Do you want to give up on an opportunity like this for some paperwork?
I have people, but I also like to oversee my I people to make sure they don't break anything.
Well, you do want to meet him though, right?
Of course, just that's after I fully docked and disembarked.
All right, I'll wait for you. I'll buy you an hour. Why not? I mean, I hate to miss this opportunity, and you're such a good guy. I think you deserve it. I mean, you could have sent some one of your crew to talk to me, and you came in here yourself. I mean, That's got to be rewarded. Well, more so they already
Okay.
have.
What can I say? I'm a nice guy.
Nice guys become rich. So I'm sure somebody says.
Said somebody who never wins.
He didn't say that. He just thought it really hard.
Keep your failures to yourself.
Yes, you're able to divest yourself of Darren's company after that, as he gets ready to disembark himself.
Yep, just wanted to give him a notice that we're gonna be disembarking soon, and then I'll hail Deep Space Arcania and request docking permissions.
This is Yandy to Deep Space Arcania. Come in, please.
This is the Yandy.
No, sir, that was us calling them.
Oh shit!
If you want to talk to them, sir, feel free.
No. I
you expecting me to pick up? Or?
misinterpreted which NPC we were.
Do you want to pick up, or are you going to leave it to one of the station personnel?
I can pick it up. I've not really got much going on right now. I'm sitting here looking at listening to a bug, pretty much, and looking at a camera.
You can see from the surveillance of the local systems, of the local group, they have set aside the room and put they have. Actually, I can draw it out because you're going to see it in a second. Actually, let's color code it. No, don't do that. Thank you.
Here's the thing. Over the last couple of days, we've not heard anything about a higher up coming, have we? Because we've had 2 full days at this point.
Actually, for a momentum, you can learn that information.
I think that.
In 11 days, presuming all goes well, this person's expected to get here.
Oh,
They can
nice.
turn around somewhere along the way, but they have a different ship that's already on the way.
Do we know which ship? Like, is it a known ship to us, or is it just a new ship? Whatever, it's just a random trader.
It's a new transport. I'll actually get you the name real quick, because that's not hard for me to get together real quick.
It's not the Yanti in another 11 days. You're not that fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible that after doing this sting, we could get them to just say, "Oh yeah, everything's fine. Come on in."
Everything's
I'll
fine
also
here.
be potentially willing to hold it for 11 days and get a bigger catch. Because
Mm,
everything's in place, and it's not anything that's temporary.
yeah, that's
So-
true.
So -3.
They're all fairly well hidden.
Just doing some quick note taking real quick. Whoops! Oh no! Don't delete that. Thank you. Oh, I should probably save this so I don't lose it. Write a bunch of stuff in a notepad application and then forget to save it.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
That would be very bad.
Done it.
And
Many
other than-
times.
until SS Pathfinder. Ryan Bigwig. I'll just say for shorthand because I'll know what that means. There. All right. SS Yandy to DCS Arcania. Come in, please.
This is Lieutenant Commander Varder on the Deep Space Arcania, receiving you, Yandi.
Requesting clearance to dock and disembark.
Yeah, you are clear for docking pylon 3.
Docking pylon 3 acknowledged. SS Yandy out. Your orders, Captain?
Take us in, nice and smooth.
The SS Yandy comes alongside the Deep Space Arcania to dock. Oh yes, the other thing I was doing. I was drawing out the shape. I remember now. Oops, wrong color. This color.
And then with the Yandy docking, I'm going to make myself available in the immediate nearby vicinity of the Yandy. You know, I'm doing something else, but I'm in the vicinity, so to speak, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I just need to check a room real quick to make sure I got my layout correct. No. There we go. So, Actually, I can do both at the same time. You can see me do it. I'm not, because there's no reason for me to be secretive. You know what I'm doing.
Yes, I do.
Not the office. So we know you're meeting in a corridor. That we already know. So we're going to have certain people show up.
Is this the video game equivalent of the loading screen?
I mean, I suppose so.
I was thinking more, it's like, yes, Payday 2, you spent for all of the different advantages you can get before setting up the heist.
No, don't report a bug. Stop. There.
Please don't report a bug. You're not supposed to find that.
2. Well, he's not there yet. We know Darren is going to be waiting around for him for a little bit. We know you. Actually, we'll grab the other people from the ship because we know that other people are involved with this operation. No, not the bloody Kismet. These guys. Boop. Highlight all of them. Copy. Pull over. Peace. See, a more resourceful GM would have been doing this stuff in the background while you guys are doing stuff. All the relevant players we care about. We know you're somewhere else. We know Varder wants to be there at some point, so we'll put him there because we know he's going to be there. He'll choose when he is. As for the meeting place, let's get that settled because you wanted to know about that, and you would know exactly how they're set up because you have them squared away. So, do. I said do. There. Oh, definitely. Oh, why did I click away? I need that. It's gonna bug me. Forget. Close enough. Oh, works better if I put this on the map player. So there's Guild of the Brute meeting in a cargo bay area, which is a purchased cargo loading area that's for various import exporters that he's bullied into collecting all their stuff in the same. Think of this as meeting in a warehouse, except on a station, to give you an idea.
Yeah.
And
Wait, are we in the abandoned warehouse district of DSE?
it's not abandoned. There's people there.
Yeah.
It's just that the mob owns it. That's all. It's fine. They're contributing to the economy.
Things have started to look more Federation than Orion as we go on, so I'm sure the Orions want to change that, but tough luck.
Wait, why is there a stripper pole in the middle here?
Huh, where? For you, Captain Hagen.
One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's everybody.
Strippers are exotic. They're exotic dancers. They're
Alright.
classy ladies.
It's not exotic. It's just regular dancing to them.
For the Orions, yeah.
So yes, they are spread out across the combined cargo bay area, and one of them is actually using one of the work bees that they've rented. To move, who can move around large bits of cargo around. Which, having observed them over the couple days, this guy is supposed to look like a regular just worker, which he is. But it's like, yeah, but he's also a spaceship that is floating, that can freely move around inside the warehouse without looking weird. All right, so focusing back here. So Darren will board, of course, and he waits in a lounge outside the way one would disembark from the Yandy. What do Captain Hagen and Lieutenant Commander Varder do?
I was going to more or less put myself in the vicinity of the undocking area. Like, I assume there's an area where the ship can dock and it's etc., etc. That's not just what I'm thinking of. You know,
Like, do you mean like a catwalk looking at the ship sort of thing, or in the
basically, like not quite at the airlock, but close enough to it that Captain Hagen would come out and I could be there. And it's like, yeah, I'm here. You know me because you know who I am, but that's about it.
At the area where Hagen would disembark is where Darren's kind of waiting nearby. Like, this is the way Hagen's going to be coming in. But Darren kind of is waiting for him for the next hour. Well, not that you know how long, but he just sits there and waits. Which is weird, because the meeting said he was going to head straight there, and he's not. He's kind of...
Oh, well, plans change. I can, knowing that, go to a panel on the wall or something and use that to pretend access to the SS Yandi, and like I'm checking manifests and boring but regular stuff like that.
Oh, so you're trying to make it look like you're trying to blend in, as it were.
Yeah, I'm going to make it look like I'm looking at boring and regular stuff like that.
Presence security versus this person's insight security.
To the point that I can find a reason to walk up there and look like I've got a purpose for walking or going up there to Captain Hagen.
Oh, you're thinking of you're trying to give yourself an excuse to go up to the Andy.
Yep.
Oh, that's a different thing. Daring security, difficulty 2.
Daring security, okay. Guerrilla warfare.
Yeah.
It's very misdirection. I'm getting you to look. Yeah, it is. I'm getting you to look over here while I'm actually planning on doing something else. Have fun.
Distraction.
Yeah, spend a threat because I'm bold security. Yeah, I'll re-roll that. So was this a difficulty or opposed?
Difficulty 2.
Oh, okay.
So 4 momentum generated. Oh, you're back. Yes, you invent very quickly a health and safety inspection excuse. And it normally that is a thing, and that does randomly happen. You just kind of tell the computer that it's now.
Uh,
And
Yep.
you can totally just board.
I know what I'm doing. I'm here for a reason. Oh god, I'm the closest person. Might as well do my job. Oh well. That kind of look as I'll go up there to Hagen.
Okay. I'll actually set up another quick
It's the this guy wasn't supposed to be here, and I was kind of hoping to talk to you.
As he approaches, empath check.
Impact?
Am I in trouble?
No.
Yeah, I'm Baby Zed.
Oh, that's right. Shit, I forgot. I thought you were a human. Not in trouble, but I get feeling of, I guess, purpose, different intent, but not hostile.
So actually,
That kind of puts me on edge because I don't know what that tent is, and I can't dig any deeper.
That's fine. I'm a psychic too. I'm a telepath, not an empath. However, with that on note, once I'm up there, I can start doing whatever I'm needing to do, and I can telepathically communicate with him with no concern about any Orion listening device that may be on the Yandi. I was just hoping that I was familiar enough with you that I could do that anyway without you being empathic or telepathic, but you are, so that's just easier.
all right.
It's telepath.
I'm not sure. Am I familiar with you being telepathic?
Since you're allied with, would you tell your allies that you are?
I had already informed him.
Oh yeah, you already know that. Yeah.
All right. So I'm not gonna be completely caught off guard.
By a Bajoran in your head? No. I'm reasonably sure I already informed you.
All right.
So, Captain Hagen, I can put this guy back here. So, whoops, other way around. You
Communicate telepathically with other empaths and telepaths.
So, Captain Hagen, as you're managing the arranging of your cargo and such, Lieutenant Commander Varder comes aboard for a health and safety inspection.
Commander Varder, how can I help you?
Health and safety inspection, and, well, I was unfortunately the closest person, so I figured might as well do it myself. I'm here already.
Might
Blah,
as
blah,
well.
blah.
Someone has to pay the. Someone has to use the tax money around here. Something of that effect.
Yeah, something to that effect. And, I'll, oh, look, I know this task. I can just tap buttons. I don't even need to do a thing because this isn't actually a thing that's happening. I can just pretend while I hi inside your head. Don't be surprised. I can do this.
Whoa.
Yeah. So,
Sorry, I'm a little cough guard. I haven't telepathed in a while.
yeah, no, I've not particularly done this a whole lot either. But it has its uses, especially when the syndicate are involved. I'm sure you're aware of that fact.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Okay, I have confirmed that fact, so please don't play this game.
Hey, if you scare off my clientele.
In the nature of us cooperating and working together for the best interests of all parties involved, blah, blah, blah. You know the whole fancy political stuff that, the fancy words that people say to make people feel better.
You don't actually believe in those words. You're actually here to help people.
I'm here to help people, yeah. By taking apart a thing before it gets to the point of danger for other people. and I would like to know your extent and involvement. Or if you have picked up anything while aboard your vessel with this passenger.
Senior GM, have I picked up anything from this passenger? Probably would have attempted small talk with him and some screening before. Yes, I will totally take you on my ship. Strange passenger, I have no idea who you are.
They're paying you very well.
Yes.
Insight plus security or command. Div 2.
I'll use Insight Command and give you a threat for bold.
Okay.
Focus in xenopsychology or bargaining.
You'll get different answers, but you could use one of them.
Let's use psychology.
Okay. Gain 2 momentum.
I love when different means for different dances. I like that a lot.
So what you got from this guy when you first brought him on, and you did some screening. Deeren is you kind of figured out very quickly that he was a Orion Syndicate member, but he wasn't like he's not bringing any goods with him. He's just bringing himself. He has no wanted posters out for him. It's just one of those things where you kind of picked up the cues and caught on that he's a member, and some of the people you've read, he acts like a Orion Syndicate member. To the best of your knowledge. Aboard ship, he's been trying to make deals, much like he did with you. He's very free with his money. He seems very gregarious. He's the sort of person in the that the Orions would use to the nice smiling face to introduce you into the business, as it were. Pays well.
He's the face man.
He's a face man. He's very harmless on his own. He himself will never really attack anybody. That's not what he's for. He's the nice guy. He's the face.
He's the recruiter.
Yeah. And if things don't go his way, whatever. He's increased his personal reputation as a generous person. And the law really can't touch him. It's like, well, you are part of an organization, but it's not illegal to be part of an organization technically. Like, there's a lot of syndicate members that aren't actually doing anything. They're just they're doing something to enemies of the Federation. The Federation goes, we don't care, because that's not happening to us or any of our allies, so it's not under our jurisdiction. We can't do anything. So that's the feel he got off him. As far as you could tell, he's well paying. He paid more than enough for his passage from deeper inside. Like he took a different shuttle. He took a different vessel to roughly at the edge of Tallgrass, stopped on a planet, and then you happened to be there. You ran into this guy, and he had like a mitt full of monies to provide for his passage, to basically divert you from where you were going straight to here to DFE, which for that amount of money that pays for a lot of trades. So worthy deal at the time. There was no reason to say no, because he wasn't asking you to do anything illegal. He just wanted passage.
But he wanted passage quickly.
He wanted express passage. You're like, well, if it's going to be express, that's for an express passage, he still paid too much. Like express would be like, I don't know, 2 momentum worth to give you an idea, and this guy paid you like 4 to get here. Like he overpaid by a lot to make sure you got there as soon as possible.
All right. I'll tell Elvarder. This man's probably involved with the syndicate. If he is, he's just a face man, and he wanted to get here quickly and quietly. For what reason, I could not tell.
He has a reason. Do you know why he's currently waiting outside the dock? He was supposed to just go off to a location, but he's waiting. And he's waiting outside your ship.
Oh, he's actually waiting for me. He wanted me to go with this clandestine meeting, and I wanted to stall for a little bit.
Oh.
So I told them I needed to oversee the disembarkment of my cargo.
I'm assuming you have an idea of what he wants from you in the end with this meeting.
I have a good idea. I'm trying to think of some means of making sure the deal goes my way.
So you're willing to go through with it then?
I'm at least willing to see what he has to offer. No harm in window shopping, as I say. Except when it comes to the syndicate, those windows often and come with daggers in the back.
Very good. Keep an eye out for baggers in the back. Keep your head down, and I'll try to keep you covered to some extent. And I don't mean very well. I'm not going to go into detail about exactly what that means with you right now. But if you can get this done and keep going, and you're willing to risk the syndicate being quite unhappy if things go very wrong, which hopefully they don't, then we can get something sorted together. Which will, in the long term, be, I imagine, quite useful to you as a trader in this region.
Syndicate tends to make things more complicated than they need to be.
Yes, that is true. But if you can trust that I and my staff have taken the utmost precautions, then we might get somewhere. I just need your cooperation with it.
What do you need from me?
Not just to go along with your Ryan guest, and to make sure that your cooperation is indeed with me and the 10th Squadron, full name long, rather than with the Syndicate. It's more a courtesy call.
Well, I don't. Well, I wouldn't be much used to you dead, so it's probably in your best interest to keep me safe.
Yep, very true.
All right, let's get this done. And I'm gonna see if I can sneak in a Type 1 phaser.
Do you want help hiding it? I am a security officer that's very good at these kind of things.
What, do you need me to turn my head and cough? How are you gonna help me on this?
Psychic link, I can instruct you on where to hide it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take assistance on hiding a phaser.
That looks a little bit obvious, but if you moved it to the right and down a little bit in that pocket, yeah.
Yeah, psychically, it just says turn your head and cough.
Basically.
God damn it. That was a bad joke.
It's going to be a control security roll. You're setting the difficulty you're shooting for. Consider that you already have, if you did nothing, hiding a Type 1 is, it's a diff 1 for someone to actively find it on your person. And it isn't obvious because you can tuck that into like your belt or your sleeve or something. But if you're actively like trying to make it even especially harder to find, by putting it in like a tricorder resistant sheath or putting it in a weird spot that isn't where you put a weapon normally, but it's to try to evade being noticed, or putting it in a box, in a case, that sort of thing. So you're saying how difficult it is though, before you roll.
Would that add on top of the hidden 1 charge?
It's either or. The hidden 1's a freebie. It's a no roll. The item inherently can do that without you rolling.
It's like an advantage when you roll for it, though, right?
I wouldn't say so, because you're taking extra effort. I would say that even a Type 2, you would have to be a lot more. It'd be more difficult. This is actually very possible with a Type 1 phaser.
Yeah.
It's meant to be something you hide.
You want to go 4-4? All right. I'll spend up to 4 dice. Or
In momentum.
yeah,
Or
3 momentum for up to 4 dice.
Okay.
And can I get a?
I've got small
Nice.
arms.
Yeah, you have small arms focus, guerrilla warfare. Focus on improvisation. I probably don't do this often.
Sure, I'll take it.
Being an improvised agent right now.
I'll just throw it in my shoe.
It's more here, have a heads
Nice,
up on what
man.
we're doing so you're not blindsided. And I've got a plan, but I'm not going to tell you the full plan in case you are,
An idiot.
an idiot or questioned.
Indiscreet, I would have said, but
Indiscreet. Well, he's an idiot first, so I just had to agree with him. Or, they take you and rough you up for information, that kind of thing.
But yes, you're able to secure the Type 1 phaser in such a way that you could easily access it. Because the other part of it is you're making it hard to find casually, but also something you could easily access in a minor action.
Okay.
So you'll have it like in a duffel or in your shoe. Actually, given improv and small arms, like, oh, you can kind of fit that in your boot if you really want to. Just
You just have to reach down, scratch your ankle, and then pull it out.
Yeah.
Oh no! Someone call the ambulance for you.
If you say that line, I will shoot you myself.
Don't we get 1 over for that? Or
Technically.
Diff was 4, or we got 5.
Play get help.
Yeah, Penn, were you guys at 4 before, or?
No, the 4 is after the rolls in total.
Oh, there you go. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you spent 3, so yeah, that would make sense. Ta-da. Yeah. And however however long is required for a cursory. Unless you want me for any other talking, I'll stay for however long is required for a cursory health and safety. It's like, as if it was a cooperative crew. Like nothing particularly was in the way. There was no obstruction. It's like, oh yeah, you made this really easy for me. Thanks. Which we're allies, so I imagine it was really easy anyway. But it's like, yeah, sweet. I just pulled up your files. There's nothing wrong.
And I'll probably be like small talking and asking you about. Well, you don't have wife and kids, but how's things been on Arcania?
Oh yeah, going out, bothering the Chigo. Plant got shot at. Health isn't for maintenance. That's a lie. You can tell. by empathically, I mean empathically tell. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's this big diplomatic thing going on. That's fun. It's boring.
So, at some point, I imagine, who exits the ship first?
Whomever would timely need to leave first. Like, I imagine this wouldn't take too terribly long with a cooperative crew on Hagen's vessel.
Oh yeah, you could be the first one out if you wanted, or you could stall and let the captain go out, or you could both go out at the same time because you can kind of control the time because this is a made up health and safety.
Actually, does Hagen have any cargo for the Orions himself on his vessel?
No.
No. Okay. In that case, yeah, no, nothing particularly more I need you for or need to hang around on your ship for. I'm going to leave. and go about my business like I am doing my business.
Actually,
Places
it's our fleet business. Thank you very much. No.
Yep.
You don't have any personal business. You belong to Starfleet now. Wait, wrong game.
I mean, the Midnight Watch would disagree.
So you disembark first there, Varder?
Yep.
Give me presence plus security opposed, as Darren is going to do an insight security to see if what you're doing is on the straight and narrow.
It is technically.
You could look like you're up to something.
I could. Guerrilla warfare.
Yeah.
The art of not looking guilty while carrying a big gun.
Or explosives, you know.
Or explosives. Or having just bribed a Cardassian.
Or Hasbrat, because it's outside of your food ration allotment.
Yeah. Haha, look at all of the
Wow,
extra
that's
food I
one
have.
dark.
My jacket. Ooh. I don't want to be caught, so I will threat to momentum.
Ooh.
Actually, should I? That'd be really petty. I'm not gonna do it. I was like, I've got 2 of these medals.
No, be petty.
Be petty? Okay. You don't get that threat.
Aw.
That's so stupid for just one threat, but I did it.
Ha. Petty.
5.
We'll take you seriously. You're a security guy. High ranking. Insight plus security.
That was overly petty. But I have 2 of them, so I might as well use what I've got. Hey, that's 3 successes for us.
Whoops. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. That's right. 2 hits.
Nice. 3 for us.
See, he looks up at you, but he pays more attention to his pad than he does you as you're walking away.
If he'll look up, I've been looking at my pad as I'm leaving, probably notice him, give him a nod, like, okay, yeah, I noticed you noticing me. You know, that sort of thing. And keep going. Actually, is this Klingon supposed to show up for today's meeting? I'm more curious than anything.
No.
No.
She's just known to be involved.
Okay. Has she previously showed up to other meetings? Like, has she directly interacted with the
better way to
Orion?
put it. Sorry, my bad. She would meet with Gilla the Brute on a separate occasion. She doesn't meet the. She meets with the leader of the Orion faction here, and then passes that on to her handlers. Yeah. Whoever they are. Like, you know what faction, but you don't know who specifically she's talking to.
Yep. I'll go about my business, which is more or less with all the other fellas ready to do something, but we're not planning on doing anything today. There's the significant hope that everything goes very well and we can chill out for 11 days while keeping a lid on this.
Okay.
Because catching a head honcho, that's a big deal.
True. It is true. So you basically wait around in security and station and just kind of stay on standby in case anything weird happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, there's the whole Starfleet thing of we have random patrols anyway, so like our patrol routes are random every day. So today's random patrol route just happens to have a security team going a little bit closer to this than might have been 2 days ago. But it's not suspicious if anyone knows Starfleet protocol. That kind of thing.
And you've been setting it up to be like, no, that's where our routes are. We just shifted.
Yeah.
For this meeting? No, that was like 2 days ago, man. We've been doing this for a while.
Yeah. I was like, no, we randomly shift our patrol routes every day. They're specifically made so you can't ambush an officer.
Any prep you do before leaving your ship, Captain Hagen? Or Hagen-Dazs, however you wish to put it.
How dare you? No, I'm gonna tell my crew to take the next 3 days off, and we'll reconvene after that.
Okay. So you disembark. And as you leave, you see your friend Darren waiting for you. Hello, Captain.
Well, that was exciting.
I'm sure it was. Shall we get going then? He's starting to get a little itchy, but it's fine. It's fine.
Yep, let's get going.
All right. He leads you throughout the station, and you see the very few remnants of. You see some remnants, I should say, of Orion's space station design. But there's a lot of Federation and Starfleet changes, like especially the computers. Like all the computers run on L cars, so they have that look and UI. A lot of Starfleet people, but Federation people. So various species. Some Klingons. No Gorn. You see the odd Chigoan insectoid walking around. You don't see the other new species from the sector further trailing, other than that. Eventually, you're brought to a cargo bay.
Really spruced the place up, haven't they? New
Hell
coat
yeah.
of paint and everything.
It's no longer green.
Well,
It's no longer
means a
as
lot
green.
less. Such a station would have a lot more entertainment and clubs, but for the discerning spacer. But Starfleet likes to make things not fun.
I mean, that's the point of Starfleet. Make things not fun, right?
As you walk into the cargo bay, it looks like any other cargo bay you've ever been on in a Federation port. You know, they are huge, lots of boxes, various labels from various places across the stars, with the exception
Dangerous barrels at high shelves.
you do see that there's a work bee moving around, carrying stuff to various. And actually, there's two doors at the top there, and there's. So they would bring in some cargo, sometimes from all the way from the dock. So they'd grab it from the dock unloading area and then carry it to the nearest through approved corridors throughout the station, and then drop them off in the appropriate cargo bay and then lift off. Although this work bee seems to have a special insignia on it, which, as a civil captain yourself, you recognize that on a quick glance of, oh, that's someone owns that. Probably the people who rent out this warehouse, because that's what. If you had a warehouse, that's what you would do. Well, why get the Starfleet guys to do it for you when you could just get one of your guys to do it and make sure it's done the way you want?
Exactly.
He means illegally.
I didn't say that. You said that. On a glance, you can quickly see at medium range some people, and actually these lines are range band indicators, in case you're wondering. So you can see various people throughout the cargo bay. You don't see any dock workers. You just see these guys who seem to be conspicuously standing near major cargo bay doors.
Of course.
And various lanes. Like these lanes down here are not for the work bee, but they're for ground, like grav lifts to carry them off elsewhere. So and that usually links into an adjoining warehouse area or other such things. If you wanted to carry it on foot and you didn't want to bother transporting it, or it was unwise to transport it, so you need to manually. But you didn't want to break out the work bee over it, because the work bees are only for taking stuff from here to the dock. Like that, it's an express lane, as it were.
And are all these guys Orion, or at least civilian dressed?
They all look to be Orion males, who look like they all have very healthy exercise regimens.
and me with my bacon double cheeseburgers.
This way, Captain, this way. He starts walking between the tall stacks.
Actually, can't control my token.
Oops, my bad.
I'm just a guest here. It's fine.
No, I can easily fix it. Because sometimes you'll come back.
Does he have to?
Oh, you love me.
There you go. And he stops there. You see Geller the Brute a lot closer now, and he is a tall boy, and wide as heck, and get the feeling that he's the sort who doesn't need a grav lift to carry cargo. Grav lifts are needed to carry him, to put it that way.
Oh my.
Got it. I don't need horse tranquilizer. I need elephant tranquilizer.
That's close enough. All right. It's fine. He's friend for now.
The GM just described me.
Check him. And these guys very quickly and smoothly walk over to stand next to you. Do you do anything?
No, this is all going to plan.
And
I
they
hope there's a plan.
and they search you. As they start scanning you and patting you down.
Hey! Watch the merchandise.
What are you selling? We could get you work. I mean, that's kind of work you wanted. I could set you up with that.
That's a bad thing to say to Orion.
No.
Oh,
Oh God.
And you're
please, you know
one
how
of the-
many deals this pretty face has got me?
None.
Oh my, he wants you,
Wait, so does that mean?
plus the assist die.
Wait, is this guy just the Orion Kingpin?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not that clever.
Oh
True.
boy. Oh wait.
Is that right? Three hits.
Oh god. I just
There's
saw
a half second where they look like they're gonna scan your boot, and the guy says, it waves him off. No, I already checked that. He's like, oh, okay. He puts the scanner away. It's that moment of if he scanned your boot, you were dead. He would have found it. It's like, well, most people don't scan boots.
Yeah,
They
once you
scan,
started
like,
rolling 5 dice, yeah,
6 dice.
I sweated a little bit there. 6 dice. Mm-hmm.
they back off. There, see? Captain Cole Hagen, I introduce to you Geller the Brute of the Orion Syndicate.
Suppose I can take some steps closer now.
He keeps his distance as well. Oh, you're getting closer.
I can't kick your ass without getting
He's
closer.
not exactly in arm's reach yet, but
He gets into arm's reach.
no, he is. You're about to find out why he's called the Brute.
He is his size is very intimidating as he's this close to you. And you can feel this itch in the back of your head that you are the feeling off of this guy. You don't even have to roll it, you just feel it just radiating off of him. Is a rather strong and palatable sense of malice. Not at you in particular, just in general. Like he likes to see things hurt. Like he's the sort of sadistic pleasure in hurting things and knowing he can. And that he's thinking of various ways he could do it to you. Not for any particular reason, just because idle thoughts.
So, he didn't get enough love from his mother as a child. Got it.
He is Stellar Geller.
You are Betazoid. I like Betazoids.
Oh no.
What can you do for me, Hagen. Better yet, he punches the cargo box next to your head, and you hear the metal give under his fist and creak. What can you do for the Syndicate?
Well, I can move stuff for you. Pretty good at about getting things where they need to be. I also am a crack astro navigator. I can and find some new hidden routes for you that other powers in the system might not know.
Would you be willing to transport some of my, he smiles, fine cargo? Rather hazardous. Some of this is pretty radioactive. You turn your crew all green.
God.
The room slowly erupts into the different versions of.
Awkward laughter.
Then he stops and everybody stops.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, everyone's laughing because they feel like they have to laugh, not because they found it particularly funny.
Do you think I'm funny, Betazoid? Are you laughing at me?
Well, I mean, and you are making attempts at humor, so I figured I would indulge
joke
your
you?
comedy
Do I-
routine.
Do I look like I'm here to amuse you? He
No,
steps
it looks like
closer to you.
you're here to solicit my services.
Oh, I'm
What do
soliciting.
you,
Oh my god.
So you're gonna say
I get
yes, and you're gonna
I
work.
need an adult? Depends on where it's going and what you're transporting. If you want discretion, that's fine. But if it's dangerous, miss, I need to know.
He moves to rest a hand on your shoulder. Do you let him?
No, I'm gonna try to step back.
Oppose daring security. He's actually trying to grab you.
Oh,
He's being
boy.
subtle about it, but not that subtle. You can feel he means ill in general.
That was a grapple. Focus in improvisation. Try to improvise a mean of stepping back without making it look like I'm trying to counter his grapple. Just like, oh, you're in my personal space.
I'll take it. Yeah, at least for the first time.
Because after that, you're no longer improvising.
I'll take a momentum for a third dice.
By all
You know
means,
what?
you can take more than that if you
He
want.
gets a bonus d20 because
He
he's being
gets a
violent.
bonus for being violent. My god.
Oh my god. Yeah.
God damn
Yeah,
it.
I think
We're down to 2 momentum.
a book.
He gets the reroll of that 19 because he's trying to intimidate somebody.
Oh my god.
Help.
Nah, you're fine.
Varder.
You're fine.
Varder. Jenga. Varder. Jenga.
You're
Okay,
fine.
Vax.
0 hits.
He moves so slow and his intentions are obvious. Even if you weren't Sonic, you probably would have felt the look on his face, the smile he has. Like, nah, I'm just going to step over here.
Nah, I'm good.
0 hits. My god, what are his stats?
I guess we'll find out.
As you step back and improvise, sort of like playing it off like not fighting him. You're just getting ready to, or defending yourself. You just happen to step back.
Yeah.
He makes a very tight fist, and that hand looks as big as your head. He shakes his fist at you a little bit. We'll do what I tell you, and then you will be paid handsomely. Fail us, and you become, he motions to the cargo crate next to him, a little bent out of shape.
Oh, puts my ship at risk, and then our precious and dangerous cargo will never make it to its location. So, if you want to ensure that it makes it to where you need it to, I need to understand that this is at no risk transport.
It needs to be gotten to its location discreetly, but it itself on its own is not dangerous, and I doubt you have the means to make it dangerous. I'm just a exporter and importer of alien technology, and you're going to help me, aren't you, Captain Hagen?
Where's this technology going?
It is going to a planet deeper within the Federation. The coordinates will be provided to you. It is not too much of a journey. Make this a little smaller. This will be transported to a location in the Ventex sector.
Pretty big sector.
But near a starbase. For this, should it get there? I don't know, Deeren, how much do you think they'll pay for this? That far? Oh. He taps on his pad. I'd say, assuming he doesn't let it get scanned, he doesn't get stopped or any of it confiscated, 5 bars.
And how much
for that
how much could I buy?
Go ahead. I'll let you.
Yeah. Just us above game. How much could I buy with 5 bars so I get an actualization of how much that money is?
That would be you could probably either introduce a trait to the ship or increase one of your ship's systems by 1.
Oh,
like it's a silly amount of money.
That is quite a lot.
Oh no, if he's offering you a silly amount of money, it's highly unlikely that he actually plans on paying you.
It's the syndicate. They actually are pretty likely to pay that.
Just don't fail.
Yeah, they're only paying you after you succeed.
Okay.
Things.
Huh. Well,
these are nice guys right up until you fail them, and then they're super not.
Well, if you want some discretion in with this, it's going to be extra, but for another 5 strips, I can make sure, or that no one knows that this car even exists.
Give me presence, command, or security.
Man, you just want to die, don't you? Like, wow, you have a
What's the
death
difficulty?
wish.
Opposed.
Oh,
Have
God
to
damn it.
Kill off our contact here.
That's why he's got a strike team in the next room.
Okay, let's go for it. I'm going to use the value. Everyone needs something.
I mean,
Sure.
Oh my god.
You're right.
I'm going to spend 1 threat and 1 momentum for third dice, and then 3 momentum for, or a 4th. Focus and bargaining.
Yep.
You're
Holy
built for, isn't it?
Holy shit.
Not as much as I think I should be. As I'm
Holy-
trying to haggle with the freaking syndicate.
It's like you're just trying to get enough money to buy something other than an Oberth. Like,
Hey, I like the warp canoe.
buy a second Oberth, then get 2 of them. Make a trade squadron.
I'm re-rolling a 0.
Ooh.
Oh no.
He
Plus
did
2.
use his determination though.
Yeah.
So that is
Oh.
6. Oh my god, that was close.
Hagen! Hagen!
Deeren whispers in Geller's ear, and you get the feeling that they seem very resistant to giving you a single slip more. And Geller, you get the feeling that Geller looks like he's ready to hit you, but Deeren seemed to stop him to discuss. But after a bit of talking it back and forth a little bit, Geller making threatening gestures because that's how he freaking talks. He reaches into his jacket, takes out some strips, and throws them at you.
I see we have a deal.
Leave. You will be told, and you will tell no one, and reveal nothing. Or you shall find out what it is to embrace a star. And he crisps his left fist, and you see it seems to be tattooed on his hand. In Orion is a star.
Oh, god damn it.
Even has like a little sun design on the back of his hand.
Oh, guy, this dude.
Wow.
He is
What a lad.
he is too much.
It's like
love
Varda.
Hey!
Geller steps back a bit. Deeren looks over at you. You can leave the way you came. I'm gonna have one of my men hand you the data pad on the way out.
Very well. Pick up my strips and slowly walk out.
As he's leaving, I'm going to basically go to a place where I can walk past him in a corridor, fairly soon after he leaves. And just, a telepathic, lunch at the diner. Not together,
at the
or
diner.
sit on a nearby table.
Mm-hmm.
And, just the little telepathic nod of, here's a meeting later. No, we're not sitting down and talking. It's like, as he goes past,
Oh, okay.
basically telepathically sending him we'll have lunch at about this time. We'll sit at tables close to each other, but we're not eating together. And we'll have a conversation.
Oh, yes, we will.
Basically, I know how to stuff a meeting, and I've got telepathy now, and this makes things so much easier.
Yeah, this is how Varro used to do.
You'd be proud, I'm sure.
Sith, I will give you regarding this meeting there, Varder. I'll give you a summary of the meeting after the episode.
Yeah.
Because there's actually quite a bit of information they're going to discuss in there.
Between Barter and Hagen.
And actually, let's get your meeting elsewhere out of the way. As you meet somewhere else on the station for dinner.
Yeah. We've got that whole diner place. We sit at different tables that are somewhat close to each other. And I was like, yeah.
Man, if only Joker could be here for this. The Orions is like his thing.
He would be jumping in there with his knives to start stabbing people, and I'd be unhappy.
Yes.
I have a data pad out. I'm watching actually some funny vids, laughing at inappropriate moments.
Probably sitting there with some let's go spring wine and Rotamba stew. That sounds like something appropriate. Which is just Bajor and the stuff. But yeah. Alright, so that sounded fairly successful as far as Orion negotiations go.
Well, I made out with 10 strips that I didn't think I had before, so.
And you have an exact destination?
Not an exact destination. It's in the Ventex X sector. Some sort of star base. It's possibly a dead drop.
Alright. Well, if we want to keep you alive, you can't be directly caught. So, once the cargo is loaded on your vessel, I imagine I'll have your permission to transport aboard your vessel and tag the cargo. You know, subterfuge, of course.
As long as our Federation transporters are as good as they say, we don't need the Ryans knowing that you've been anywhere close to that cargo.
I'm sure one of our vessels can mask that event having occurred in the first place, or we can create some interference. Either way, it will happen. I can get there, tag the cargo. It can be tracked and confiscated at a later date. You're clean as far as the Orions are concerned. It was a mess up on someone else's behalf. Which means you're now playing a very interesting game with them.
Well, it gets you what you need. And honestly, whatever these guys are transporting, they seem eager to move it, which means it's probably not any good news.
No, it's not. And on the bright side of you getting a lot of Latinum, Starfleet intelligence tends to be particularly grateful to this kind of information, shall we say. Which probably just means more, free maintenance for your ship. Or multiple ships, as it might be at the end of this.
Well, we'll see, but
any and all information you get regarding your cargo and your destination and things like that, if you can get that on a pad that is conveniently left in your cargo bay with the cargo, again, they don't need to know what happened, but something that I can find. Is that an advantage that we're spending for? I was asking because Penn's the momentum out.
And just putting momentum on the map because he's
walking about.
I still haven't finished my intelligence officer thing, so... Actually, on that note, would it be possible to use that to make it so that the transportation to their vessel is harder to detect or undetectable or something like that?
You could do that, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll use that as some intelligence officer. Sounds like that'd be a very useful thing to know while being in intelligence, how to transport undetected. So that's my intelligence officer thing, and yeah, any and all information, preferably to help us catch a person, that you can provide us. Or, intercept the cargo after it's left your possession without you being the suspect.
How quickly after I drop off the cargo, or are you going to pick it up?
How far away is the
5 sectors away.
next sector? Is that within our operation zone, or is that falling under someone else's?
To give you an idea, where's the map?
Or is that towards where the Svalin would be?
I say that's pushing towards where this fallen
If
would
it is,
be.
I can just meet
but
it in the operational area of another vessel. We can just make them aware of when the drop-off happens, and so another vessel can deal with it. Okay. So it'd be a little bit backward for the Svalin, but within reason to do.
Is that where they are, by the way?
And there's
I
a-
saw that there.
yeah, I just dropped them on the map. That's about where they're at.
So if we want a player ship to do it, it could indeed be the Svalin. Otherwise, that's a Starbase 27 thing. And other
Oh, hey, and look who the game master for the Svalin happens to be.
that will be determined upon the command of other vessels and structures. I can pass on the information and make sure that you're not the one that is caught. Naturally, all the information regarding you will be encrypted to a unbelievable degree.
Good, because, I have a reputation to keep.
Yeah, and also a life. I'm not going to cut any corners with you. You need to know exactly what you're getting into here. And I'm not even that experienced with the Orion Syndicate. I just know they're bad news.
Depends on what they're shipping. If they're this eager to ship something, and it's dangerous. But there's other clandestine and operations they do where it's illegal for our political reasons, not actual safety reasons.
I have suspicions about what it is, but again, you don't particularly want to know or need to know, really. And if you suddenly start knowing things that the Orions didn't tell you, well, you understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Anyway, unless you can think of anything else that'd be useful, helpful, or otherwise, etc. Enjoy your lunch.
And I continue enjoying my lunch.
This is like the one time I'll be able to get away with doing this stuff.
Alright. So, we go to a new scene. As the Yandi will make its way.
You want me to actually write out an intelligence thing for the Svalin, don't you?
Yep. Well, I need to write to you, and then you have to
Yep.
figure out what you're going to say to them.
Yep. I can do that.
That would
fairly-
be helpful.
I'll get that up.
Okay, so it's this one. Boop.
I forget when the Svalin runs.
Thursday.
Thursdays.
Oh.
Thursday night.
All right. So, last we checked in with everybody back in the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds. Everyone had spent a couple days figuring out their various advantages and inroads. And I will say that we're probably going to have just one more, unless people want to keep going for a while. We'll probably have one more go around of an interval of 2 intervals to see what goes on, unless they're particularly quick actions. But
Okay.
Sorry, Discord crashed again.
I kept doing that a little bit ago.
I mean, personally, I don't mind keep going on. It's just like now and again I need to get up and move my legs because my knees are starting to seize.
Ooh. Yeah. Okay. We'll see how far we can get. We'll see how many intervals we burn through and see if you guys accomplish it for. Because hey, you guys might nail this. You guys nailed the Klingon thing before, so that took less effort than I thought it was going to.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I can get through all of mine in rapid succession, so I'll let everyone else go first.
Okay, so let's get that interval counter back.
I've already put it at the bottom.
Well, fine. Be helpful. Well, the thing is, I can't edit that though.
We'll just
Damn.
copy it, paste it, and I'll delete mine.
Well, fine then.
Well, fuck you too then.
That's it. Let's go.
Get a room, you two.
Dear Lord.
He's not created an NPC for me yet. Unlike you and Grennan.
Anyways.
So, who wants to go first in their continuing efforts to change the minds of the Woohoo Illuminated Alliance?
The impending pend.
He would have wait.
Oh,
Yeah, like I said, I can literally blast through all of mine. So if everyone else wants to get theirs done first.
the ginger
I'm
and
kind
Bertha.
of set up to go, which is talk with the doctor.
I mean, if you're set up to go, let's go.
Whose name is back here somewhere? Curator.
Oh no.
Say, right? Sai? See?
Oh, there he is. Senator Tilip C.
Okay.
You know what the real issue here might be?
Or
Betazoid psychic disease. Hell yeah.
Can we not?
You know, I did think about it.
The answer is biological warfare.
So, Doctor, you meet with the senator in what appears to be an office at a hospital. Except it's one of the upper floors of the rather large facility of the sprawl. It's one of the it's not the actually no, it would be one of the hospitals of the city. This seems to be a combination of like a metropolitan type or type hospital combined with a university. So they do academic work and actual medicine in the same breath.
It's like going to Starfleet Medical on Earth.
Yep. Very much so, actually. And actually, to that degree, you actually see some military officers milling around. Some of them are guards and being security. Others look like just regular policemen. And others are just kind of here, like for medical reasons, or they're here as researchers. This doctor, Senator Tilp, is in a office that is somewhat small. It's not terribly big, just enough to fit a desk, a computer, some reference materials. This doesn't look like a lab space of any variety. This is an office to meet people in and maybe do some paperwork. The senator you're sitting across from is in the black robes that is a very popular color for members of government. They have gold piping across the edges of their uniform, but it's very subtle. This person seems to be wearing what appears to be a badge of some, which you've since learned is the emblem for people who practice medicine. And that's sort of like and the badge seems to be of a golden sheen, and it has decorations of little awards and prestige, basically like your medals.
It'd be like wearing my dress uniform.
The person seems to be human.
Well, woohoo! But yeah.
Of human age, they'd be around somewhere in their mid 40s, early 50s.
Okay.
Or so.
So we're kind of an age. He's
and their hair is still is dark black.
Okay.
Kind of look up at you from their computer, and they take off what appear to be glasses that are like a display glasses where they have where you see streams of information flowing by. When they take it off, the streams shut off. Dr. Efrix, I presume.
Senator, thank you for meeting with me.
Oh, please, Doctor. The Senate business is tedious, to say the least. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
So, what, pray tell, brings you to my office?
In our travels into your space, we, I'm sure you've heard, had an encounter with, is his name Javert? What's his name?
Javat Vietless.
Javat. All I can think is, and I am Javert.
I was gonna say, and I'm Javert.
That's all I can think of every time.
Yep.
Senator Javat, he made it clear to my captain that if we were interested in sharing medical information, that I should make the overtures to my fellow doctors.
So, you wish to process a research agreement of some variety between our medical community and to illuminate yours, and whatever it is you could illuminate us in, of course.
Of course.
And you have the authority to sign off on such a agreement on such a large scale?
It's a question.
Insight medicine difficulty of 1.
Yeah.
I am pretty high up. Not to toot my own.
I mean,
Or to draft it, but someone else needs to approve it.
Yeah, I'd have to send it through.
You can make the roll,
Brass, but yeah.
we could use some momentum.
You're assuming she's going to take it.
Yeah. What's the roll? Insight
having-
medicine?
Hmm?
Insight medicine, you said?
Yes.
Maybe spend a momentum for that sweet reroll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking that. I'm trying to see. I don't think, unless counseling counts.
Not really, no.
I wish. Yeah, no. Okay, we'll just go with that. I'll take it.
3 momentum now.
Your guys' guess is fairly right. As a senior medical officer and a chief medical officer of a squadron, you do have a lot of say. At least you have absolute say over your squadron's activities.
Yes.
You are the medical officer, but there are people who outrank you in the larger scales. You'd have to get approval up the chain, all the way through Starfleet Medical to the Admiral of Starfleet Medical.
Yeah, but as the quote unquote medical liaison in this part of space, I'm at the best they're gonna get.
Yeah, and
up until that point, yeah.
That's the highest ranked here. You can draft things.
Mm-hmm.
You need to send them up.
But your recommendation, should you give it, is you get a feeling that it's fairly likely it's going to be approved if you say it's okay, because 1, you're the officer on the scene, and you don't say you are a member of the Starfleet Medical speaking with an alien medical community, and that's part of the whole interspecies exchange thing. It's kind of, we're supposed to encourage.
Like, this is what we're supposed to do.
As you may have suspected, I'm not the highest of authority. but interspecies exchange of information is a major part of our Federation's mission statement. And my recommendation holds quite a bit of sway. I can draft things and we can send it up the chain of command.
2 captains that can approve it with you or recommend it with you.
Yeah.
Give me presence medicine opposed. Mainly opposed, not so much to convince them of the idea, but mainly to make sure that it's of more benefit to, or equal benefit at
Yeah.
least, to you than it is to them. Otherwise, you're gonna give them a bunch of information. They'll give you like tidbits.
Mhm.
We'll tell you about our flower.
Yeah.
No, we want to know about your biology
I
and
do.
stuff.
Sweet determination. And I think this would fall into mission directive.
Mission directive
Like-
or my research.
Like a primary Starfleet mission directive, isn't it?
A Starfleet medical one, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Directive one for reputation.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and spend for that. Spend 1 for cautious.
You have to spend 2 to get an extra
2 for
die, so-
cautious. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think I have anything to help me with this, so no focus. I am going to go ahead and do this just in case. Nope. Okay.
No veteran train for you.
Nope, none for me.
None from me either.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits.
They can reroll that 16 because they're negotiating on a political level. Because they're a senator. Most of the senators are going to have that. Well, the important senators, I take that back. The junior guys are brand new. They won't have anything.
Yeah.
Unless they're like prodigies.
Yeah. That's 4 hits for him.
Okay.
For them.
So we gain 2 momentum back.
Roll for me 7 challenge dice, please, Efrix. As you spend a considerable amount of time hammering out this agreement, or at least the draft of the agreement with Dr. C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, given that you are after talking back and forth and discussing the merits of a equivalent and mutual medical exchange of ideas, and you get a lot of feelings that the senator is trying to play some political gamesmanship with you and some political maneuvering, and every so often you do get the feeling that they got some quick empathic insight off of you to make some guesses. But you're a Starfleet officer. You've trained with Betazoids. You're not unfamiliar with empaths.
My next highest doctor in my med bay is a Vulcan.
You were educated. Well, hell, you were educated at U of Beta Z, right? So
yeah. Oh yeah, that's true.
it's like, oh, you're trying to read my mind to debate with me. Yeah, this isn't the first time that's happened to me.
Absolutely not the first time.
But
I also taught there.
But eventually you're able to get the senator to agree to a medical for the medical community of the Illuminated Worlds to exchange medical information with the Federation.
Okay. And see it as beneficial to both of us.
Yep. Well, yeah, it's an equivalent exchange, so they're going to learn a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
About you, and they're going to learn. You're going to learn a lot about the Woohoo and what they know about medicine as well.
Yeah.
I will say on the back of the hand, they have a great understanding of human and human analog species. So, well, Soleimani, the Woohoo, there's like a couple other species they know of. They're human. They're close to human. But they don't have a great interest in, say, they have quite a bit about the Chigoans just because they work with the Chigoans a lot. But when it comes to other alien species, like say the Klingons or other species that are in the region, they don't care.
Orions.
They're not, and you can notice there's a very harsh bias. It's not a superiority thing. It's it doesn't affect them directly, so they don't care as much because they're not a people made of a variety of species. They're mainly they have some species that they know of.
But specifically, he does find that interesting, right?
Oh yeah, he does. So that's why he's like, he wants, because all this information is super useful. All the Starfleet information, all the Federation information. He's like, man, I can. And actually, to that end, you actually have an advantage that you have the gratitude of Senator C. Basically, if you deal with if you need the senator's help with something in the political arena, they're willing to use or medical, either way. If you need their help with something, they'll help you out for the near future because they're going to have a huge boost in clout. Because now their influence in the medical community is going to rise immensely.
That's what I was hoping for.
Because they're not the medical person of the entire Senate. Like they're not a former counsel who also was. Like, no, I now know way more than any of you doctors when it comes to aliens by like leaps and bounds. Wait, wouldn't we get the shit information? Yes, but I'm getting it first.
Yeah.
Because it's Xeno stuff. And you guys don't care about that, right? It's just going to go to some middling senator who's going to care about me.
Yep.
And actually,
not only that, but like I would say it probably goes both ways. If he has questions within reason, I'll answer.
The one thing that he'd be concerned about is knowing how many psionic species there are in the Federation, which there are a few. It's not dominated, but there's.
Yeah.
You can count them on probably two hands and go like, this is obviously presenting common psychics.
Yeah, there's always the chance that someone could pop up with psychic ability that...
Hi.
Yes, I'm not going to say you, but yes, you. Or
not naming any names, but...
Occasionally pinned.
Occasionally.
Occasionally myth.
No comment.
Honestly,
occasionally me?
Occasionally the entire crew, let's be honest.
True.
Wait, how did Myth get it psychic?
Long story.
So
how much cocaine was involved in that story?
So Penn, Grennan,
or as you might think.
Penn, Grennan, or Grace for the next two intervals. I think you're not rushing that negotiation. Their efforts.
No.
Okay.
In fact, we probably spend way more time than is like maybe necessary just talking about like different species.
And I'll actually give you a medical dump on what they know about the region. There's a lot
so excited.
Okay, I mean, either Abernathy or Bonsab and I could go next.
Yeah, let's go with you and Bonsab.
Okay. Yeah, the real question is, who do we want to interact with next?
For one of the ringleaders, or one of
yes.
Right?
Or, well, no. I did not reach out to one of the big head honchos. We reached out to someone who used to be.
Right. Well, he's the senior most senator that isn't a consul. So you actually have it in with someone who's pretty influential.
Right, but the point being, he used to be a consul, which is in itself a big deal.
Right.
Yeah. Like, even if you're not the senior most senator, having been a consul before is a big deal.
Yeah. You could always go for another one in a similar position who might have a different view to get a cross section on woohoo politics.
Yeah, that's what. Like,
That was a very diplomatic
can I
suggestion for me.
find? Yeah, can I find someone who is like the opposite of that consul who I spoke to?
Yeah. Actually, you can actually get that information out of Pritzker. Like, who is your rival? Who is your opposite in the Senate? He freely would tell you because you have the advantage that you have this information from him. From what he educated you, you do know who the other senator is, who the other former consul who isn't, who's on the other end of the political spectrum, the other party, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they have parties here, because that's not a thing. We're beyond that. It's like, well, you do.
Name them.
You just don't call them that.
Yes.
They're
All right.
factions, fine.
All right, let's find him or her. Who knows?
That
Where's the
name
box at?
is Senator, obviously. This person is... Oh, I know who it is already.
Uh-oh.
May I present to the fleet Captain Grennan?
Senator Chipta Fiatless.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
That is who we think it
Yes,
is. I'm
it's
pretty
the
sure.
same last name.
Oh no. Fuck.
Can't be that bad.
Okay.
So without takes no effort because you have the advantage. You just know because he told you. Do you wish to meet the senator?
Yes.
This person, you actually have to go to the. You go up to one. Actually, no, you're still up in that area. You're in the. You're still in the precursor district, as it were, the senatorial hill. And in a different house on the other side of the hill, is a facility that looks. Whereas the other place looked a lot more like it was left largely to the way it looked very much the way the precursors intended it, and there is a lot of preservation. It's filled with lots of art, but the building and a lot of the artistic and architectural means of it are preserved. This place looks like they found a precursor building that was easily fortified and then built like a small military base around it. It looks it, but no one's dressed in military uniform per se. They look like some sort of private security with sidearms. But on a quick glance, this is a very heavily guarded place with lots of sensors and emplaced security systems and force field generators, and even when you go inside, there's like little indents in the floor where cover could pop out of the floor and someone could hide behind it real quick if they were at to defend the building. But it's left down since, well, they don't want to provide cover for invaders. That sort of thing. It looks like a high security base that you're entering.
Understood.
And you're escorted. You and Botseb are escorted under armed guard.
Okay.
When you step into the room, you see Senator Fiatless is dressed in a sort of energy weapon resistant reflective carapace armor. So much like the military guys would wear. So big chest plate, big shoulder plates, leg plates, no helmet, and they seem to be firing down a range at holographic targets.
I'll I'll wait until the senator has effectively finished a round, so to speak. Emptied their clip, so to speak. And then say, pardon me, Senator.
He looks over his shoulder and, yes. Takes out the battery from the rifle, puts it down. So it's basically unarmed without slamming the battery back in.
I'm Captain Harmon Grennan, USS Kismet, representative of the United Federation of Planets.
My nephew has already spoken about you.
Nephew. I saw the last name. Couldn't be sure whether it was a definite relation or a lot of Smiths back on Earth.
I want to assume.
He holds out his hand to you.
Very well. And he shakes.
Oppose fitness medicine.
Oh, fuck.
Put resources into it. You've got a determination still as well, don't you?
Yeah, I have a momentum.
Is this psychic?
Or, I'm
based?
sorry, I have an...
It is, yep.
Okay, so
You've
I have
also got
an
the-
advantage.
Yeah, you got the pen advantage as well.
You may want
The
a determination as
advantage.
anyone. Like, knowing you and your fitness medicine, I'm going to suggest that you
Determination.
You're really determined to make this roll.
Either head in the stars or mission directive.
Yeah, does he have a personal mission directive to not get mind messed with again?
No mission directive, but what values did you invoke?
All I can think of that would help would be head in the stars.
I'll take that. You have a very large mindset that you can use to focus on, so you're not being drawn into his very golden eyes.
My God, I have had that value since the very beginning. This is the first time I've used it.
Congrats.
Oh, well, I'll say no then.
Congratulations.
I'm also going to spend 2 momentum for a third die.
I'll spend 1 threat for a die.
Don't have any focuses. Hey,
Because he's using psychic powers and he bought dice, he gets to reroll one of his dice. Oh, that didn't help me at all. Well,
oh, I generated momentum.
Starting to hate when they do that.
he stares into you, and you can feel him probing around in your head, and you focus on the grandeur of the stars, and then you're slapped by pen. And then the grandeur of the stars, slapped by pen. It's a weird loop. It keeps it from being monotonous.
Oh, it's amazing.
You're welcome.
Baltab looks over and raises an eyebrow as Grennan every so often flinches for some indiscernible reason. As if
Standing
he's
there.
being struck.
I'm not psychic and I know what's going on, but I can't do anything here.
Mm.
You are as strong-minded as my nephew says you are. Good. I have no time for the weak-minded. Or diplomats. He stares at Ponsap.
Should we tell him? Nah.
Probably why he didn't even wait for Bedros to be introduced. He was just
No,
like,
no. It's more so the fact that Grennan is weak-minded and a diplomat. Like,
You dissuaded him from thinking of you as that.
yeah, just you can do your thing. I'll stay quiet because I think that's the best choice here.
yeah, yep.
So,
Alright.
how can I help the illustrious fleet captain that defied the will of one of my nephews, of the great family and cohort of Fietless?
Currently, we're Hang on, give me a moment. I gotta think of exactly what I'm going to say to this guy now, because this is throwing me for a loop.
Why don't you just try and treat him how Penn would treat him?
Punch him?
Yeah, I was gonna say jump on his back and strangle him.
Like,
WWP.
see,
What would Penn do?
I have to be
Fight
non
the
see, I have to be non-diplomatic here.
I mean, that's easy.
You need his murder.
Give me a second.
You just go up to him and say, "Look, we're just trying to sort out a treaty between our two
okay.
peoples."
All right, okay. Well, I suppose I should be rather upfront and frank with you.
I'd advise him.
Yes. We're here because of our concerns over the recent happenings in the... which system was it? We've been to so many in the past couple of weeks.
Flu system?
Huh?
Flu system?
Yes.
That's right.
Kakaflu system. The actions have been the actions we've observed, and that the Quaqua have seen are rather upsetting to both sides.
Why?
Because of the nature in which control was forced.
The weak are led by the strong. Isn't that true anywhere in the galaxy?
That is a rather black and white way of looking at things.
That's reality, Fleet Captain.
No,
The sooner you
reality isn't that black and white.
So, if I were to order my men to execute your diplomat here, would you be able to stop me? Just drag him into the street and have him shot.
Physically, I probably would not be able to stop you. But can you look me in the eyes and say that there would be no repercussions?
For me, unlikely. And even if it were, I'm strong enough that I could withstand the payment. Whereas some random plebeian in the lower city or out in the desert would be unable to even dare approach your diplomat in this vaulted city. Nor would he know even that it was worth attacking the man, or even know that he is weak, or that he doesn't have some alien disease that will spurt out and give them some strange crab growing out of their ears. Whereas I have that knowledge, a forethought, and I know that you would never be able to retaliate against me.
Well, permit me, as someone who has seen his share of people who felt themselves untouchable, that as someone who's seen many who have thought themselves untouchable, that might not always be the case. And when or if that day comes that it is no longer the case, you might find that belief of yours is not as rock solid as you think it is.
Are you challenging me, Fleet Captain? He smiles.
Well, that would appear to be what you want. It seems to be the diplomacy that you respect.
I have no time for the weak, nor the feeble, nor the poor. You are none of these things, hence why I'm even bothering to talk to you. if you have something of value to me or something you wish of me that I can get exchange in my consideration and yours, then I will listen. But if you're here to meander about your Solomani ways, about how you need to gather together for the good of all, then feel free to preach your nonsense elsewhere.
Hmm. Hmm. Give me a sec. I feel like there's a route to this guy. I need to catch it. Give me a sec.
He's done it now. He's got Brennan humming
Hmm.
in thought.
Yeah. Like I feel like I've about got it. What would Penn do?
Bracelets.
Shoot him? No. God damn it, guys.
I mean, I'd give him a good showing, whether it's for like shooting range or something. Like, just he clearly wants you to do something. Just,
Oh, I've got a great idea. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. There's the shooting range right there. I'm gonna step into the lane next to him. I'm going to look down at the target and pulling from the hip, I am going to take out the Qua pistol and fire it down the range.
There are two targets. One that seems to be at in medium range, and there seems to be one at long range.
I'll shoot at the long range, I think. Let me. I'll do the medium range one.
Control security div 2.
Okay. Spending a momentum.
Okay.
Oh goddamn.
Well, you gotta.
I got nothing for this.
No, listen. You gotta spin
Oh no,
some
he used it.
stone or something.
Oh wait, hang on. Let me look at the back of my everything. I only have a metric fuck ton of medals. I don't think any of them are gonna help, but
You
huh?
God, I don't think so.
dig yourself off like this.
I mean, I don't even think you can
I don't think
spend any milestones, because when have you ever spent to shoot?
Yeah.
An episode in which he did something similar, though, which I think he's done some before.
I've been in combat situations before.
Yeah, the
But personal
back-
shooting? I even want to do.
yeah, with that Klingon ice world thing where he was ambushed and kidnapped. They tried to kidnap him. They didn't actually kidnap him. They tried to kidnap him. That whole thing, that was a lot.
Oh, I think I might have spent a determination then.
Yeah, you did, because you needed to stop her dying.
That's right.
What episode was that again? Sorry.
Where Grinnin was trying to be kidnapped by Klingons. It was on like their holy ice world.
Oh. I don't believe Grennan spent for that. Nope. I mean,
What?
sorry. I don't mean. I mean, he hasn't spent. You haven't spent the milestone for that. Other
Yes.
people have. But you haven't yet.
I
Bit
shall.
mine for that.
To what value? And it's not mission directive before you ask.
How about head in the stars and Pen just slaps you into good aim?
Name is about to be the stars.
There's always room for diplomacy.
It's called hostile negotiations.
I'll actually take it because you're trying to do this as a diplomatic gesture. You're pulling a Klingon diplomat maneuver. Yes, I'm cool at shooting stuff too. Friggin', let me show you.
I just need one more. Yes.
Game of momentum.
Gain the momentum back.
You begin to you grip, you start you don't aim, you just kind of draw and begin to fire, and then you get the feeling you remember when you messed with this pistol before that just and this is more of a diplomatic nicety of like, oh well, I want to make sure I understand how the thing works in case the Star Captain takes you hunting or some nonsense. And so you know that this thing kind of drifts to the left a little bit, just by the way it works. How much of that's design or just faultiness, you don't know. So you kind of remember to kind of aim a little bit to the right to account for it. And
I have a fun idea.
No,
If you don't mind.
I do mind, but go on.
Because I assume, is this like just a standard target sort of deal?
Yeah.
I would like to use my Legion of Honor to generate 2 bonus momentum, which I then spend to create an advantage. I hit the target dead center, bullseye, 1 shot.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. 1 second. Oh, I'm in the right book. Duh.
Yeah, Grennan hits a bullseye and just looks at the gun thinking, I've never done that before.
And
You look
without
surprised. You look surprised.
and without looking at him, Grennan says, "The Federation doesn't mess around." And he moves the pistol in his hand, like examining it. He says, "Neither do the Quaqua."
Roll for me. 5 challenge dice.
5 challenge dice. Oh yeah, because it's security.
Yeah. And you have 1 free re-roll of any misses because you bullseyed the target.
Okay.
Ooh, that's 5.
Well, there might be
Bear
some
to see it.
resistance. That's. I think that's 1 below what I need, so I'll spend 1 more momentum for piercing. Although, actually, I might not need to, because let me confirm something. Because is this technically a social conflict?
Yep.
Then technically I get my
Scrutiny?
I technically should get my scrutiny, whether or not I'm using command, I think.
What's the talent called again?
Cold reading. It's a weird. It's funny because it's like the secondary part of cold reading. Like the primary thing about it is like, oh yeah, you get a bonus.
I'm looking at it. Like the thing that it gets hanged on is whether or not it's a social conflict that's an extended task.
Okay.
That's what I'm treating this as, basically. So that'll still work. Yeah.
So I don't have to spend that momentum then. Take it back, penned.
You can, with that, you get the feeling that if you spend the next 2 days competing in a semi-friendly manner with Fietless, you get the feeling you probably could impress him in some regard.
Alrighty.
So, the advantage you have created
Supposed to just leave.
Ooh.
Oh, he needs a witness that's on the other side to watch how
Okay.
make sure Fietless isn't cheating. Much to Bonseb's immense joy
Chagrin.
at watching 2 people play show off how good they are at shooting guns.
He's got a focus and game system, so this doesn't count.
Brennan hates this. He hates that this is how he has to do diplomacy here.
Robert would probably love it.
You have impressed Senator Fietless, and you learn that he's of the new wave faction of the Senate. He is of a whereas the other guy is, and you've learned this even in the civics. There's one side that is very like classical conservative, like I said, but they're also the sorts that don't do things unless it's necessary. So he didn't see a reason to really dive into your head. He didn't see a reason to try to control you. He didn't see a reason to flex or anything like that. He has a nice house. That's just because he likes nice things and he happens to live in a nice house. It's whereas this guy's doing his utmost to imagine this fort being an extension, him extending this into what the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds is. They want this to be more militant and expansionist, whereas the conservatives kind of want to sit still, make things they already have pretty good, and continue on the illumination. And Featless actually, at the very least, Featless takes you seriously, and his faction, because you've impressed them, it's likely others of his faction will take you seriously as well. A lot of them don't take Starfleet seriously, for the reasons you've just learned. The Starfleet usually, on first appearance, doesn't look very militant. They don't look very strong or strong-minded. Not that they know that there's Vulcans and Betazoids and even just stubborn.
Humans.
Right, humans or
And
well, even
Orions.
Andorians, like non-psychic people who are strong-minded. They just aren't psychic. That's all.
Yeah. Well, there are psychic Andorians.
Yeah, well, that's a different thing. But you know what I mean. Like, it's more. It's this very strong-minded, strong-willed.
Right.
Haven't met Varder yet.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, the freaking stubborn as all hell Bajorans.
Yeah. So you spend 2 days just competing with the guy, and he just kind of, and he shows you the various weapons that he's proficient with. This guy does seem to have various ranged weapons, various species. Like there's a quad laser rifle, much like the pistol, but bigger. There's the Polaron beam type weapons that they use in the Woohoo. He's even replicated a facsimile of a Starfleet Type 3, but you know it's not quite the same because you know the specs are a little guard. Starfleet makes an effort to make it obvious that it's them who made it and not somebody else, so it's easy to track if it's like, you know, what you could with the right knowledge know that this is a Kismet Type 3. Why? They're constructed a certain way, so we know. And if you don't know how we do that, then you wouldn't know to adjust your weapon to give off that signature. He's a collector of weapons, and he seems to respect your martial prowess.
Ironic, given there's so little of it.
Fake it till you make it.
Pend or Grace? Well, I think Grace was going to visit the
Curator.
The curator, yes.
I felt wrong doing that.
Hey, you didn't attack them, so that's good.
No, I know. No, that would have been suicide. But being intimidating? There's a reason I have been called the Ginger Twink.
Do you want to write down that
Have
curator?
You are cold.
Do you want to get that curator's name down before I scrolled away? Oh, I got him.
I just had it pulled up. Sorry.
It's okay. For once, I was actually able to find it in a timely manner. So Lieutenant Abernethy meets with De La Pipere, curator of culture, at the in the Senatorial Hill, up where the museum is there, which has the repository of various precursor artifacts. And in one of the offices is actually no, it's curator culture. What am I doing? Sorry. Lieutenant Abernathy actually goes to the Senate Hall. A large, impressive building, the palace, if you will, grand structure with various statues of famous personages, and most of them are woohoo. A lot of the new ones are woohoo. There are some that are Chigoan, actually, as they get older. And then there's and usually usually each podium will have like two people, and it becomes obvious to everyone, I think, that this is the two consoles for each administration. And most of them seem to be woohoo for all the newer ones, and then the older ones, you actually have like either two Chigoans, a Chigoan and a woohoo person, and so on. Well, human, that could be some other humanoid looking person, but wild guess, it's probably a woohoo member. And then eventually, as Abernathy's led to the turbo lifts leading elsewhere, beyond the turbo lifts, as she's about to go up, or their elevators, I should say, there does seem to be other statues that have one person they don't have two people; they just have one person. But it seems to be another wing of the facility. Does she go exploring, or does she just head straight to the curator's office?
I have no idea if this is Grennan's idea to bring her along.
Is she one of your NPCs
I think so.
that she made?
That's one of mine.
Oh, it's one of yours? Is she
Oh.
curious? Would she go exploring? Would she follow instructions?
She is a scientist, but she's not. She's very much about her job, so I should probably listen to what's said to her. Especially with temporal mechanics, galactic history, and research. Yeah, probably less looking around and more going to where she's supposed to.
When she takes the elevator up, she's taken to one of the. It's actually a bit of a long ride until eventually she is opened up to one of the upper floors and led to a small, despite the into a corridor with various office doors, various nameplates and badges of office and so forth around it. She can, on a quick glance, there's some sensor strips here or there placed throughout the hallway, until she's led to a door that has Curator of Culture on the door with various decorations around it. That doesn't mean a whole lot to her right now, because it seems to be rather steeped in their culture, and she isn't super familiar with them yet. And when she steps in, she finds a small meeting office, which basically just has a desk and two chairs and like a small computer for the curator. There's nothing, as if this person was trying very hard to preserve how the walls look, how the floor looks, how the ceiling works. Like they're trying as best as possible not to cover up anything of the original building. The curator is in. This person's actually dressed in gold instead of black, and they have. Oops, they would have a different badge. They have a golden badge which has the eye, which is a very common emblem of the woohoo, as over where a comm badge would be, like a badge, like it's a special badge of office with little laurels couching the eye. You are Grace Abernathy, I believe.
Am I doing for now?
I suppose so. Yeah, because I figured because you're the one who's not actually in the scene.
Yeah, sure. Yes, that would be correct.
I see that you have a interesting outlook on the intricacies of alien cultures and even ours.
Well, that would partly be, I'm sure, due to being from an outside source.
I would like to know your purpose in your study. Why do you seek illumination?
I seek to understand other peoples and their cultures. Is that what you're asking? Why do I seek to do what I do?
I believe so. If you believe so.
Well, a simple way of putting it, I suppose, would be the more I understand about other people and how they work and how they have grown and changed, and how their growth and change has affected others that they have encountered, the more I can understand about my own people and myself. And that is as a whole for the Federation.
So you wish to understand what exactly here in our city of illumination?
How your people would interact with and the effects thereof merely from your presence in this sector of space with the Chigoans, the Quaqua, anyone else here, which now includes us.
You
Or-
wish to illuminate yourself on the mind and spirit of the woohoo, then?
Yes, that is a way of saying it.
They step forward within just a little bit inside of arm's reach, but not getting right into your face.
Oh, she is a flat, plain, normal human, too. I forgot that.
Would you be illuminated, or would you rather use your powers of deduction, intuition, and personal research? For I can illuminate you, should you be seeking it.
I'm sitting here looking at her value going, how do I translate this? The question is, would you call it a shortcut or not? Because shortcuts are generally not exactly the most scientific of methods. But psionics is weird. Well, then I've got a brilliant idea for me not knowing. It is the wonderful thing that solves everything. Okay, yeah, sure. If you are willing to offer such what really sounds like a gracious thing, I see no reason to turn you down, though I would have to be cautious in asking if there's something you're getting in turn, or if there's something you'd like in turn.
You are of soul?
Yes.
Then your illumination is my goal. It is my purpose. Whether you accept that illumination and achieve it is up to you, ultimately. I merely can shine the light upon you. And whether you wilt before it or thrive is up to you.
I'm certainly willing to try. I imagine that's all you're asking for.
She explains the process involves basically being locked in seclusion into a room. And then in that room, various experts on the topic at hand will focus their psionic energies at her, and she has to try to receive it as best she can. And basically, they'll impart the knowledge to her. of all that they know on the topic.
But
The
they're
problem-
normally doing this is psychics to psychics, right?
Yeah, and that's the risk they have is like, well, you're of soul and you're not illuminated. And illumination could actually illuminated in the language, and that's why translators kind of is just leaving the word alone. Like that's as close as we're gonna get, because that has it's like a capital I, illuminated.
Yeah.
It can be the exchange of information, but one form of information exchange is through psionics. But it could be through words, through print, through art. It doesn't matter. All of that is illumination.
She's accepting more pure scientific curiosity of this hasn't happened before, and I don't know if I'm going to get the chance again.
So does she wish to now? As she she's warned that this is for a non-illuminated person or non-scion. This can be somewhat dangerous. It won't kill her, but she could be overwhelmed by the information and just mentally wilt. She'll just shut down, which medical science can bring her out of it. But it'll be somewhat traumatic. But if she illuminates, then she will have the knowledge outright. Basically, she'll just gain a focus, just flat out. She'll just have it. Or she can also, if she pushes it, she can try to embrace the trait and try to be illuminated and try to be a scion herself and get the focus. Difference between difficulty 5 and difficulty 6. Fitness science.
Fitness science.
Mhm.
Okay, she's not bad at this. She's actually got a good fitness. I forgot that was. I gave her a 10 fitness.
She's a fit nerd.
Yeah, she's a fit nerd. Fucking in for a penny, in for a pound. Full psionic stuff sounds interesting and feasibly possible, but not with what we have in the Federation. Not legally have in the Federation.
You're gonna make the people, your buddies.
Possible. If it's possible and can happen, it may make the Woohoo look more favorably upon the humans in our crew. And
Like,
as
you're gonna make
the humans
your buddies at
oh yeah, there's going to be some scientists that are going to be nerding out over the paper that's written on this afterwards. Oh no, yeah, I'm not even thinking about the Midnight Watch. That's what you're getting at.
I couldn't.
They'll be particularly happy.
My brain was like, "There's a word for him."
I wasn't thinking about them at all because she has no idea that they exist. I don't think.
No, probably not. Well,
She wouldn't have a reason to know they exist.
Yeah, she probably need like galactic history. She might have heard of them.
Yeah, no, she might have heard of them, but it's not something that is at the forefront of her mind.
Yeah, it's like I could tell you about the Bavarian Illuminati in a historical context, but could I tell you the specifics of their philosophy and stuff? Like, well, no, I don't study that. That's not my focus. I just know historically they were a thing.
Historically, they were a thing, and I know the sources and materials I'd need to research it later if I need to. Yeah, let's go for it.
Into seclusion you go.
To the 6. Would she have a focus? Question mark.
Tell me, man. I don't think so, but
I was like, research?
like meditation, mental discipline, something
Temporal
like that.
mechanics, research, galactic history, power systems.
If she had something like anthropology, I'd let it happen because it'd be a close enough discipline. Galactic history is just different enough. I'm not willing to give it.
The value of the threshold of science is the threshold of truth. Discovery is paramount.
I will take that. Somehow it applies. It's almost like that's the reason she's bloody doing this.
Discovery is paramount? Yeah. That was the bit that I read in the value, and I was like, shit. Okay. What does she have? Right, no talents. God, I was hoping she had cautious or something. Nope. Yeah, 4 threat, 2 momentum. Let's go. Let's just go for it all out. Why not? Oh, it can't be 4 because we're using a determination, so it's got to be -1
Yeah.
threat. So you only get 2? 3. I'm confusing myself. Don't worry, it's normal. That's 4. Shit. I tried. Wow, what was... Oh, that was a 17 and an 18. And a 3 and a... that would have been a 5 if I had the thing. No, there's nothing more she can do, really.
That's how you the mind of...
Yeah. It's... The willingness to try is at least something, maybe. Oh. Rip hand. Yeah, that was just some unfortunately higher rolls on that.
Everything grows incredibly dark around Grace Abernathy. She then finds herself in the minds of many other experts. Their childhoods, their experiences, their research, the things they saw, they smelt, they touched, they heard. And she tries to keep a grip on it, and it's hard to grab it all and focus on it all. And she starts getting a really bad headache, but they don't stop. She tries to pull away or stand up or anything, and she just starts stumbling around in the room in seclusion as if she's trying to get away from the knowledge. But it just keeps coming and just keeps coming.
Oh, that's horrifying.
And she collapses to the floor, unconscious. New trait.
Oh,
She
fun.
has been overwhelmed. Until this is treated, she will not wake up.
Great. Made a friend.
She tried. For a rather new character,
Meanwhile, pinned.
Yeah. So I was going to be spending time with the different senators and consorts, the different military branches or people who had served in the past to try and gain their favour.
In your meeting, it would be you would meet a variety of senators and officials who would be willing to talk to you and speak with you. And this would be more in a casual, less a meeting in an office, and you're meeting a lot of them in a place to enjoy a drink together, as it were. You can, unless you have any, you're trying to impress them, I believe was what you said.
Yeah, I was planning to spend a few intervals with them. So if with this one, I'll just do it with the alcohol I brought with Pend, like the Zirconian ale.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just do it with that this time.
Give me fitness or presence plus command, difficulty of 2.
Take a threat, and I'll be going
Sure.
command. Will you take a focus in team dynamics?
Sure. Gained a momentum. Roll for me 6 challenge dice.
I'll spend one to reroll.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get the feeling that you've shown them a good time and that you seem like the sort who is worth talking to further, and they enjoyed the drink and being explained to, exactly what the drink was and who you are. And you've influenced some of their group, but not all of them.
Yeah, that's fair. Like I say, I plan to spend quite a few of my intervals trying to do this, but in different ways.
But actually, on that last turnaround, we'll end on the fact that on this episode, as the episode fades out and Pend enjoys nice drink with various officers and generals and senators in the military faction, Grennan humors a senator's proclivity in martial shooting. Dr. Efrix hammers out the finer points of a possible medical alliance and exchange of information between the Federation and the Woohoo. While Lieutenant Thralic gets a call from the surface indicating that one of the officers from her ship is in need of medical attention and has been taken to a nearby hospital.
I had to give you something to do, Efrix.
Thanks.
As plans go on and push
Only
forward,
Innocent who drowned might be. Poor Abernathy, but other than that.
we shall end the episode here and pick up on it next time to see how Innocence can be brought back from the brink.